Good evening. This is the March 19th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The time is 6 o'clock. Our first order of business is to recess into work session where we'll review the cases. Then we'll come out before you as part of the reconvene as part of the general session at 6:30. So with that, I'll adjourn to our work session. The time is 6:04 and we are convening into the work session. We'll start with the roll call. Chairman Edmund Haas. Let's see, Vice Chairs. Sue Blankenship.
Present.
Ed Marr is going to be away today. John Dobmeyer.
Present.
Kent Hafman. Did I get it right? I got it right.
Yes.
Present. Is here. Thank you. Samit Patel is not here, but I understand he's on the way, but he's not here yet. And then Cindy Bishop. Is Cindy on the line? She's going to be virtual today, I think.
Yeah, she's going to be a little late.
Okay. She'll be joining us virtually. Okay. Mary, if you would introduce staff and then review the cases.
Sure. Myself, Mary Promboswell, Senior Planner. Matt Steer, Development Services Administrator. Mr. Cole Baker, graduate. Oh, no, are you graduate engineer? You're a full engineer now. He's a full engineer.
He's graduated.
He's graduated.
Wow. He's been graduated for months now.
Yeah. City Attorney Bob Hager and Ms. Katie McGee, our Secretary.
All right. What do we have tonight?
Sure. So I'll let Matt start since I think his item is first.
Yep. Item number 6 is the Ben's Legacy Edition. They're basically demoing a residence that's on Southwestern. It's slated for light industrial, it's zone light industrial. They're coming in with a light industrial style building. It's an office warehouse, 4,900 square feet, and they're meeting all the requirements, and therefore it's straight site plan approval. So, not much to it. Yeah.
That's weird.
Is this one of those that used to be residential and we zoned around it and it's just been hanging out there for a long time like
Right.
that? Yeah, okay.
And then the next case is the minor plat for that property, and so in order to get a building permit, they have to make sure it's platted, legal lot and block.
So was it a controversial one?
That was a very no.
Just checking.
Okay, and then Mary's got the next.
You were only hoping there.
He's saving that for me. So item number 8 takes place at 145 West Town Center. It used to be a children's courtyard. So it's one lot, there's 2 buildings. I believe there's 2 children courtyards.
Mhm.
One's closed, one's still there. The one on the west end is proposed to convert to a doggy daycare center essentially. So they'll convert the playgrounds to play areas for different sized dogs, convert the inside to play areas, grooming areas, as well as kenneling for overnight stays. So they'll have up to 71 that they can keep overnight.
Time?
71.
In comparison, what does Camp Bow Wow have? No?
don't know, I'm sorry.
That's right.
So we are asking them to, there's chain link fences right now, like on the north and south sides. So we're asking them to, because they were just gonna keep it and then replace like the vinyl or the fabric mesh stuff that goes there. We told them we wanna see a board-on-board fence. So I think they're gonna keep the chain link, but then put a board-on-board fence on the north and south side. Then on the west end, there's an existing brick wall, so that's gonna remain. And then the building will act as the other screen on the east. So they share a parking lot, they share parking, there's about 55 parking spaces. They're gonna share a dumpster, they're proposing a sign which complies. Landscaping, no real changes other than we asked them to go through, we showed them the original landscape plan, just to go through and see, you know, over time stuff dies, to go back in and replace it, so that's what we put as a condition. This one is one of the items where we did get a petition from neighbors who are in opposition of it.
You want me to pass these down?
So I made like a summary of the names and their concerns. Essentially, it's noise, traffic, odor, sanitation, quality of life, decrease in property values. And I have the actual ones here if you guys want to take a look at the actual verbiage.
So traffic, the concern is more traffic over a childcare daycare?
Yeah,
Okay.
You good?
Tell me this
that's weird.
Thank you.
I think that's
sorry.
Bob, but that's yours.
No, these,
I didn't know we had assigned seating.
And
over the years.
are these addresses are within the 200
So
feet?
there should be a checklist there that shows you if they're within the 200 feet or the 800 feet.
Oh, they're there.
So the orange is if they signed a petition, and then the red is if they're within 200 feet. Sorry, they're all red. But there's a 200-foot section column, an 800-foot column, if they're opposed. If they signed a petition and sent in a letter, so I tried to check all the boxes there. There were some additional petitions, but they just sent me like, you know when you send someone a thumbnail and you expand it and it's all pixelated and you can't read it? That's what I got. So I called the person who was doing the other petition. Hopefully they'll send me the actual papers, because I couldn't read.
That sounds like somebody copy pasted something. That's usually what happens when that gets pixelated like that,
Yeah.
between platforms.
So in terms of conditions, the only condition really was for landscaping on our side. One thing you may want to ask is, in terms of time, you want to look at
Operations.
operation time and time where they actually have the dogs outside, so they don't go, you know, up to midnight kind of thing.
Maybe how they intend to deal with waste.
So there is a dumpster, and they plan to empty
Just use
it,
dumpster, yeah.
Double bag it.
double bag it. It's just like diapers, right?
I know that Camp Bow Wow, I think they're like open till 7,
Yep.
and then Dogtopia is like open till 10 or something like that. I think that's what it's
I pulled
called.
up Bow Wow.
Sorry?
I said I pulled up Camp
Oh,
Bow Wow's
yeah.
in Chaska.
Yeah.
What's the other one? There's another one right up here.
They open, they're closed at 7.
Oh, that might be Louisville.
Oh.
Dog's Day Out, something like that.
Yeah, there's
It's right up here by all the liquor stores.
Oh,
Right next door to liquor
No,
stores.
you know that area
is a
well.
dog place. I do indeed.
He's got a dog up there.
I do.
And
They're the only ones that can cut my dog's nails.
There you go.
I won't do it.
what's going on behind? Okay, there's a residential neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, right behind it, is that someone's, what is that? Is that an oversized garage? Is that part of that same lot? There's a,
The Montessori Academy?
no, behind it.
Like
um,
Oak Trail.
To the west.
Where Oak Trail comes.
Oh, to the
Yeah,
west.
is that tied to that one residential lot? I couldn't tell if it was or not when I drove it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
She's
so-
got the aerial there.
It'd be right over here. It'd be right, this structure right there. Because this is the house. At first I thought it was some kind of lift station or something,
Okay.
but
I think it's just a big lot for a house, because on the,
I can pull it up.
wait, I'm gonna-
I'll pull it up.
Here?
You guys move on, or go on.
yeah, it was
that's
there.
just a house. It's a big lot.
It is, yeah, there's the house and then there's like a oversized garage there or something. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna keep trucking along here.
Yep.
Next item is item 9, Samaritan's Purse.
Mary, on that last one,
Yeah.
did you guys want to do that one first? Or,
I
no?
think we'll just go
Okay,
this way.
gotcha.
So, item 9 is Samaritan's Purse. Back in 2018, if you recall, they bought a piece of land from Fellowship Church and constructed an office warehouse building. So essentially, they use that, they use it like in November when they have people come in and they do the boxes that they hand out, distribute. So since then, they've been looking for an area to build for their IT people. So we've been working with them, and what they're proposing is they're gonna take out a piece of the parking lot that's to the north, build a 3-story building, and then they're buying a portion of land to the south that's just in front of the gas well, and make up for the parking that they're taking out. So it'll be a 3-story, first floor for like, for staff, what is it here? Large break room, staff devotions, guest training, second floor for their IT people, and the third floor is for future growth. So the building's gonna be mainly brick, 2 different types with some stucco. They're showing a sign on the building, but that's just kind of for illustrative purposes.
Stucco no greater than 20%. That's an old.
We used to do that
All right.
every day.
EFS, we're not doing EFS here. Yeah.
So they're, like I said, they're gonna be taking out trees to the south. They are asking for a waiver of the tree fees. However, that is not part of your purview. That will be going to city council for part of their discretion.
Well, based on what?
Hmm?
Why would they ask for a waiver on the?
Because they're
Because they're good
nonprofit.
Samaritans. Because they're a nonprofit.
I've done the Christmas boxes. We've been doing it for the last 5 years. It is an incredible event. It really is.
Yeah, there's people from all over
But-
the country that come in for that.
But that doesn't mean that they can't comply with our requirements.
Correct.
Well, yeah, but that's something that council will look at. Council did not approve their waiver last time when they built the original building, so.
How much is their fee?
We're still working on that, but
Based on
somewhere,
the size of the caliper of all
somewhere in the range of 200,000, somewhere around there. We're still finalizing numbers. So they're building the new building. They're gonna have a little outdoor area with a pergola, and that's what they're planning on doing. There was no we sent a letter, there's no opposition. So it's pretty standard comments, additional comments during review. If the tree mitigation fees are not waived, that the fees be paid prior to plat recordation. We are requesting for staff to administratively approve any changes related to landscaping, because there's a big 30-foot gas easement that runs along Creekview. Just if we need to maneuver the trees outside of that easement. One other thing is they did turn in some information for downstream drainage. So they're still working with Coppell on finalizing those documents.
Is there a concern, Cole, with regards to any downstream?
They'll have to, basically the condition that we asked Mary to include in the recommendation is that they would do a downstream analysis to determine whether
question, I don't know if I asked it here or outside, is related to how the calculations work for, actually, it's actually not related to this project, it's related to another one, but I brought it up, so I'll interrupt. There's a required percentage of site for for green space, but then the required number of trees, they've calculated based on what is required of the site, not of what they've actually provided. And I've always understood that it's 10% or what X% of whatever is provided, not necessarily what was originally required of the site, if that makes sense. So the site required, I'm just pulling numbers, 400 square feet of green space, and that
Is that non-vehicular landscaping? Or is that-
non-vehicular
okay.
landscaping. And X number, I think only 2 trees were required based on that 400. But they've actually provided 2,400 square feet. But
Okay.
they've fallen back to only 2 are required because that's what's required of the 400, but I forget what the percentage
Okay.
is, but it's not calculated off the 2,400.
Which case are you referring to?
I think it's the other one, the purse, the
Samaritan's
Yes,
Purse?
sir.
Samaritan, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's.
That's this one.
Yes, okay, that is this one, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm late.
Okay.
But that, procedural question, and again, I didn't know if to ask it in here or out there, how that's calculated. I've always done it off of, if I've provided 2,400, I gotta calculate, I gotta
Yeah.
provide according to that.
Yeah, we can double check and
Okay.
just make sure, you know.
Yeah,
I'll pull up the landscape summary table and, you know, they were willing to add some additional landscaping right next to the building, which would qualify as non-vehicular landscaping.
Yeah,
And they were still working through whether or not to pave that area, where the generator was gonna be located, that sort of stuff.
right.
So, yeah, I think that's where they could provide that.
yeah, we'll take another look.
I just, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. So item 10 is essentially the plat for that, where they're taking that bit to the south, adding it to the existing lot, and then platting the rest of it as a separate lot. And then item 11's Matt.
Okay, so that's the 767 West Main. That's the mixed-use development down in Old Town, right across the street from the Old Town Plaza, the open space down there. So in August 2022, we approved the mixed-use project that had residential on the second floor and then retail on the first floor. They came back in 2023. You guys remember the dumpster case where it was too close to the neighbor?
Yeah.
Well, so they added restaurant uses to be allowed on the first floor. So what they're doing this time is they're coming back and they haven't been successful marketing to restaurant or retail users. So they're proposing professional office or medical office uses. And so in order to create an active Old Town Main Street area down there, we need retail or restaurant uses that are open in the evenings and on the weekends. And this, if they go medical office or professional office, probably wouldn't be open. And so, you know, our recommendation is for denial. So, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Is
So
there a
here,
requirement for that retail down around that plaza to be open? Like, the farmer's market was open on Saturday morning and I wandered through and retail
Right.
wasn't open at all.
yeah, we have not stipulated any hours of operation for any of those businesses.
It just seems like a missed opportunity to me.
Yeah, so here's her letter requesting the zoning. There you go, there's 2 of them for you. So anyway, that's what it is. You don't have to approve it. So,
Question though, if professional office or medical office were allowed to go in, the parking requirement is probably stricter, and I know the whole
No,
development is
it's not
sensitive.
stricter because it's already parked for restaurant.
Oh, 1 to 100
Yeah.
versus 1 to.
1 to 175 for
Okay.
medical office.
Okay,
So yeah, we did look through that.
okay.
It's just, the argument's gonna be is the other uses around this property are changing, right? So we've had Simmer, which changed to Doty's, which was a restaurant use, which then changed to Tangerine Salon, which is a personal service or kind of a retail type
Falls
use.
within the,
But then the property to the south of her is just a professional office that is probably only open on the weekdays from 8 to 5, and, you know, it's an investment. Money Matters, I think is the name of it. And then there's another business on that same side.
Isn't there a cupcake place there next door?
Well,
It's in
Cupcake is in her,
Space.
yeah, it's the
Artsy
cakery, artsy cakery. And then there's Let It Shine, which is in the building directly north. That's a mixed-use development, so that's retail. But then north of that is another financial place, which is a professional office. So I think the argument's gonna be, these other people are changing, why won't you let me? And so specifically, when we wrote this mixed-use development, we wanted to activate the area. So we wrote retail on the first floor. So that's why we can't support it.
Right.
We, as in staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That concludes my remarks.
And this is a full zoning request change.
Yeah, so it's just to add those 2 additional uses. She would still market it as retail or restaurant, but she would also be available or be able to market it as to those other folks.
Okay, so item number 12 is the shops at Sandy Lake. So this is the piece that's on Sandy Lake, just north of Arbor Manors, right across the street from like Sprouts. So this was part of an original 29-acre development where everything kind of along Sandy Lake and Denton Tap was some kind of commercial or retail. And then in from that was Arbor Manors, 73 or whatever residential lots. So this is essentially the last commercial piece to be developed. So originally, the plan showed 2 buildings on Sandy Lake with parking in the back, backing up to the residential. What they're proposing is the building towards the back with the majority of the parking out front. So trying to take that parking lot to the front towards the street versus back where the residential stuff is. In addition, kind of the differences I'm going to point out on screen is that the original PD showed not only an entrance off of Sandy Lake, but also a drive out to the HOA lot. The Arbor Manors has like an entrance or exit right there. So what they're proposing is they're going to share the drive that exists on the Verizon building next door, and then have another entrance exit out front on Sandy Lake with no connection to the HOA lot. So those are kind of like the bigger differences. And there's an existing brick wall that Arbor Manors has for those houses in that area. One of the other things that when we talked to them, because originally they had like their trash cans at the back, right? So we told them, no, you need to move them off further into the parking lot or something, but like off of the residential, because we know that's going to be an issue. So this one is 1 building with a patio. They're looking at retail, medical, and restaurant uses. One of the conditions is, like the patio is only 555 square feet, but that we include that as part of their parking like we've done with other restaurants. So we're hoping to change that in an ordinance where we don't have to ask it as a condition anymore. But Anything over 500, you have to park. One of the other things that we're looking at with this one is we asked them to put additional screening or like vegetation in the back. So they're planting Nellie R. Stevens trees, shrubs, whatever they may be, really closer to where the parking lot hits the back end of the lot, to act as an additional screening device, along with the screening wall that's there. They're trying to save trees along the eastern side where it kind of lines with the entryway. But essentially, they'll be planting other trees within the site. So the majority of trees that are there currently will be gone. This one also had a lot of people send in notices. So we sent out 26 within 200 feet. We got 10 back in opposition, another 120 courtesy notices, and we got 5 back in opposition. Essentially, here's the other one. So this is for Sandy Lake one. The concerns were traffic. They're saying that it's already hard to turn in and out of Sandy Lake. Loss of green space, quality of life, noise.
One more?
Yeah, sorry, lots of paper tonight.
One more.
And if you want to see the actual notices, I got them here. I can hand them out. Essentially,
Thank you.
the conditions that we're looking for is to allow the 500 square feet of patio area, that they will have to update the drainage analysis to address staff comments, any signage that they're proposing. They just had like a monument sign, but any wall sign would have to meet city requirements. And they have to meet photometric requirements of time permitting.
So it's already zoned in the PD as a commercial lot.
Right, so originally they had 2 buildings. They're going with 1 building, kind of doing a flip-flop of what's there.
Right, so
And it's the
loss of-
restaurant.
The argument, the loss of green space, they can
Yes.
build it and lose
Yeah.
green space anyway,
They're already
Yes.
entitled.
they're already entitled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Along with the traffic and the quality of life, it's already zoned there, now it's just tweaking or nuances to their request.
right, so you understand that, I understand that, but when you see green space that's there and you move in and you've been living there,
Yeah.
and now all of a sudden a sign goes up,
We're taking away your green
Is
space.
the,
Yeah.
is the HOA proposing to buy it so they can keep this green space?
not to my knowledge.
You sue the realtor.
So, this is fairly common.
It's gonna be commercial.
I'm just
So-
clarifying, I just,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like they had, if you read some of the
It's
stuff,
always
it's
been
like
commercial.
spot zoning. It's not spot zoning. It's already,
zoned.
been
They're-
planned
they're
for
doing
that.
what is already allowed.
Yeah.
Commercial forever.
so they're just coming in with a detailed plan to show you what they want to do.
Right.
And they're adding, that restaurant use that they want to do. So,
When 151 came in, or there was a
no
change
drive,
over
no
there,
drive-through.
there were the same arguments about the removal of the trees, but everyone seems to forget the removal of the trees for the
Yeah.
development itself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the whole thing was
Green
a big-
space.
it was
Right.
heavily wooded.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
I am concerned about increased traffic because we're avoiding cars making left turns
There's a storage bay there,
In
left
that-
turn bay.
in around there all the time. Because Sprouts on the other side and the subdivision on this side or whatever. So that, I appreciate them coming over to the Verizon thing because that's where the curb cut is.
Right,
To
so
be able to
they're,
make a left turn on Sandy Lake.
yeah,
I know it's gonna be a lot more.
Increased.
There's gonna be a lot of people going out that front entrance trying to go all the way across into the turn lane to make a U-turn.
Yep. Yep.
So that's gonna fall within Cole's purview of future warrant for a potential signal.
Anybody that wants to go that way is probably gonna go right out here, go all the way across to hit that turn lane right away and make a U-turn.
Well, they would just come out here to the meeting open.
The sign didn't let you.
That's what the smart people will do.
Well, I mean, it happens in every direction.
Yeah.
Because we're so close to the intersection
Mhm.
to, you know, to come around and
Yeah.
go this
Well,
way and that way.
Once they go out the wrong way the first time, then next time they'll get it figured out, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you know, and
So, question though.
typically I would think if you're having a restaurant or office or retail, whatever, they're probably, you know, I would think not later in the day, but like 9 or whatever. I would think most people, if you're going to work, you leave 7, 8, 6, 7, 8.
oh, you're talking the conflicts with the Arbor Manors, is that
Yeah.
Arbor Manors
Yeah.
Drive?
Well, with,
I'm just saying, you know,
Are they gonna wall that on Arbor Manors?
It's already
It's
walled.
already
There-
walled.
It's already walled.
Oh, it's
On the
already
south
walled.
side.
yeah,
On the south side of this property,
No, I'm talking about on the east side.
there's kind of like there's something there, but it's
you're talking about
commercial.
Arbor Manor's entry drive?
It's
Yeah,
zone
I think that's where
commercial.
they're preserving the trees,
Yeah,
Mhm.
because there's no actual connection to that drive.
correct.
I'm wondering if it wouldn't be better for rather than coming out on Sandy Lake, why don't they come out at both ends of the property?
Like,
Then you don't have to worry about this
Taking out those trees.
traffic thing.
yeah, you end up
You
taking
got-
out
you
those
have to do it
trees,
easy
but
through there.
I almost agree because it,
This is Arbor Manors HOA lot, so they don't own that.
Oh, this little strip.
Yeah.
All these people right here
that's
might
on the
own
other
it.
side.
On the east
They
side of
really
the
oppose
property
that
is
point.
Arbor Manors
That's their
HOA
lot.
lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
They
it's
don't
not their
want-
lot.
They don't want a connection to their,
right,
Understood.
Residential roadway.
yeah,
yeah,
because they don't want people driving through their neighborhood.
yeah.
What?
Driving the,
All right,
driving the
Next case.
28 feet of
So
their
item
neighborhood.
number 12 is, or sorry, number 13 is essentially the plat for it, basically showing the water easement, drainage easement, and fire lane. And then, let's see, very quickly, I'm gonna tell you about the cases that
So
went to city
really,
council.
we're not actually, are they actually requesting a zoning change or we're just sort
It's a
of
site
amending the
It's
plan
a
of
site-
record?
It's a site plan.
It's a site plan.
Just a site plan approval. There's no
And
zoning
that's-
change?
no, it is a zoning.
It's part of the
Because they have
zoning, it's a
restaurant.
site
But
plan.
it was
Oh, site plan
PD
is
to
approved,
PD.
okay.
Yeah, it's
Right.
PD to PD.
Conceptual
added
PD
use.
to detail PD, and they're adding the restaurant use to
They're
it
adding
too.
use.
Okay.
Yeah. City council, March 10th. We had the multifamily 55 plus Canyon and Coppell was denied by city council with a vote. I'm gonna say 3 to 4, 4 to 3.
It was close.
It was close.
One vote.
What was the main reason there?
They didn't think it was a good use in that area,
Too tall?
Wow.
and too tall was part of it, density. Natera, the detail PD was approved. The True Hotel was approved. The STR removal at K Street was approved. And the batch plant was continued to April 28th.
And Chris Collins' deal was approved too.
Oh, sorry, I
Okay.
forgot
Oh,
that
yeah.
one.
Which one was that?
That was the
Live
live work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
With the
Home-based business.
Home-based business.
So the concrete plant, did the applicant request a continuation, or did council want that?
It was
Council,
Council.
they said, go back and work on your plans and get something that is acceptable for staff to review.
Okay.
And then bring it back to us, and so I think it was April 24th,
28th.
28th.
Yeah,
I
they give
wouldn't
them
mind
basically
council
30 days.
I wouldn't have
I was
minded
just
that
wondering
actually
which-
completed plan.
Because they pulled their application,
Well-
the December application they pulled, and then they reapplied, and then, so I was just wondering if it was
Yeah.
done with the council.
They get a lecture about it. Don't come down here
Was the-
asking for
Was there any
us
traffic
to
analysis
approve
for the
something.
Sandy
We
Lake?
haven't even completed the
Um,
application for
Yeah.
by
I
Mr.
think-
Walker.
I'll let Cole answer it, but
He's the one that said.
Was there traffic analysis for you?
They know that.
They didn't want to spend money.
Steve used to work for Pillar up until
I appreciate this.
December, January, I think.
Yeah, they got a cross access easement.
So Ken spent working
All right,
in
hey.
Seneca.
So what was your answer? You asked Cole a question?
Yeah, I asked Cole if there was a traffic analysis for the site, and he said no, there wasn't because it didn't meet thresholds for an analysis. And then I commented that it was huge that Verizon allowed a cross-access easement to connect on the back end of that site. But I did have a question back on the Old Town. So that was previously a PD,
Right,
and it's going to stay as a PD.
right.
You're talking Chris Collins Old Town, or you
The
talking?
request to
Okay.
change to the
Amand.
professional.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
So, you're looking at it from the big picture plan. Could there be a challenge or a basis for a taking if it's not allowed? No?
No, not at
Okay.
all. They've got their 2 apartments rented upstairs, they've got artsy cakery and the
But by,
750.
if it were to go south, if it were denied, and they still have their
Yeah.
existing ability.
That
to-
type of question, I think, needs to be in executive session,
Okay.
consultation with city attorney, right?
I don't think there's a regulatory taking just based on the zoning.
Okay.
Because you have to say no reasonable use of the property, and there are other restaurants in the area.
Mhm.
You just haven't hit the right note with the right person. So
Right.
they would have a very tough time convincing any judge that they don't have a reasonable use.
Okay.
Are all the units in that line capable of restaurant, or is that the only building that's capable of restaurant?
I
Square
think that,
footage.
The one on the
The-
north side, Barn used to be a
yeah,
restaurant.
the Simmer Doty's is still capable of
That's
being,
Doty's, but there's
yeah.
3 new buildings between, south of Doty's, but before
uh-huh,
the financial, or what, I forget what it is,
Right.
at the corner.
yeah. They have not been planned for a restaurant, so they'd
That's
have
the
to come
only
back
one.
through the process. The pad site that's next to Twisted Root is also slated for a restaurant.
Right,
It's city-owned property now, so
but the other 2 buildings, if any restaurant wanted to come in, they'd have
That's
to
the
go.
tamale.
they'd come through.
That's a tamale place?
No,
No.
no, that's the vacant pad site that's,
Next to that.
There is some
Next.
There's like a
synergy,
park.
there is some synergies for those kinds of uses out there now.
Yeah.
So they may have a difficult time convincing the council on this case, in my opinion, just sitting there watching.
yeah, but, yeah. And I know it's our vision to create an active Old Town, and so we can't take away the evening and weekend traffic from this facility.
It's come a long way since the Carter Crowley track when it was used for
Yeah.
soccer.
Soccer. And it was a very bad field.
It was, I remember
It was
being out there
neck
with
out.
soccer and baseball. Any other questions of staff on the cases? Okay, with that, I'll adjourn the work session at 6:40. 5-minute break before we start?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay, good evening. The time is 6:47, and the Planning and Zoning Commission is now reconvening into general session. Prior to coming out before you, we were in work session reviewing the cases, and so, and we had some audio technical, but we're all squared away and ready to go. So, with that, item 4 on the agenda is a citizen's appearance. Is there anybody here that wants to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, then I'll move on. And I guess for the let's see, Samit's here. For the record, we have all the commission members present, and we have Commissioner Cindy Bishop virtually tonight. So. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, Ed Maury. Yeah, that's why you're next door. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right. Item 5 on the agenda is to consider our approval of our February 19th meeting. Any comments by the commission, or is there a motion by the commission?
I'll make a motion to approve the what was the date?
February 19th.
Yeah, February 19th meeting minutes.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Dodman and a second by Commissioner Patel. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay, so I call your name. Commissioner Donmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Haveman?
Aye.
Commissioner Bishop? Oh, her audio is not working, I apologize. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay. Before we move on, Cindy, can you hear us? Okay, so you're nodding. Okay. But we don't hear you unless you're muted. Okay. She can, yeah. If you give us a thumbs up on when we call the roll for the vote, then we'll know. But hopefully we'll get things fixed before then. Okay. All righty. Item 6 is to consider approval of the Benge Legacy Edition Lot 1 Block A site plan, to allow for the development of a 4,900 square foot office/warehouse located at 428 Southwestern Boulevard at the request of Jason Benge, being represented by Greg Franca of GPF Architects. We have a staff presentation by Mr. Matt Steer. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. The property is zoned light industrial and currently has a single-family house on it, which is planned to be demolished. The property is proposed to be cleared and redeveloped with a 4,900 square foot office warehouse, and this is acceptable within our light industrial district. They are planning to have 2,100 square feet of office space, 2,800 square feet of warehouse space. They're proposing 10 parking spaces where 9 parking spaces are required. There's 5 pecan trees which are proposed to be removed and replaced with 15 overstory trees. There's 4 cedar elms, 4 chinkapin oaks, 2 lace bark elms, and 5 Texas red oaks. A tree removal permit will be required prior to the removal of any trees. And as designed, the landscape plan is compliant with the regulations of the landscape ordinance. And given that this property is less than 2 acres in size, the required landscaping is 30%, and they're providing 41%. The building's 28 foot in height. They're using a combination of white Austin stone and then stained color cement fiberboard and dark bronze metal panels and for the rear portion of the building, and then dark bronze canopies. Staff's recommending approval of the Lot 1 Block A Benge Legacy site plan, subject to the following conditions. There will be additional comments at the time of detailed engineering and building permit review. 2, a tree removal permit is required prior to the removal of any trees. 3, signage shall comply with the sign ordinance. And 4, submission of the location and type of the lighting facilities, security lighting, screening, and glare shades will be required at the time of building permit to ensure compliance with the glare and lighting ordinance. That concludes my presentation. The applicant's in the audience as well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Matt, any concern with it? Looks like there's a residential property on the other side. Any Any,
No, sir, that's
Concerns?
zone light industrial.
okay. Any questions of the applicant? I'm sorry, of the staff by the commission? Okay. Is the applicant here to present the case? Hey, Greg, if you could hold on a second. Can we combine the two? We're gonna combine these two if we could, just to save a little time. Matt, can you load up on item
Okay.
7?
Item 7 is the minor plat.
Okay, so item 7 is consider approval of the Benge Legacy Edition Lot 1, Block A minor plat to allow for the development of a 4,900 square foot office/warehouse located at 428 Southwestern Boulevard at the request of Jason Benge, being represented by Greg Franca of GPF Architects. The staff presentation is by Matt Steer. Matt?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this property has never been platted. In order to obtain a building permit, the property must be legally defined as a lot and block. The only easement required is for the water connection. Therefore, the proposed 10-foot water easement is acceptable, and staff's recommending approval. Subject to the following conditions, there will be additional comments at the time of detailed engineering review and building permit. A tree removal permit's required prior to the removal of any trees. And 3, the detector check's not required, and the 10-by-10 easement at the front property line is redundant and not needed. So we'll have them remove that.
Okay, very good. Any questions of staff by the commission? Okay, if we could get the applicant to present the case.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Haas, Commissioners, Mr. Steer, Greg Franca, GPF Architects, 721 Dove Circle, Coppell, Texas. We agree with all the staff recommendations, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions of the
And
applicant?
The owner is back here, too.
Okay, very good. Any questions of the applicant? I see Cindy nodding no, so, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any final discussion by the commission? Is there a motion by the commission?
I'll make a motion for Legacy Edition Lot 1, Block 1, both 428 Southwestern, both minor plot and site plan approval, subject to staff terms and conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Dobmeyer. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a
Second.
second by Vice Chair Blankenship. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Dobmeyer,
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship,
Aye.
Chairman Haas,
Aye.
Commissioner Haveman,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
and Commissioner Bishop. She
And-
said aye.
And I see Commissioner Bishop thumbs up, so she...
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Item 8 on the agenda is a public hearing. This is to consider approval of PD-178 R2R-C, that being 145 West Town Center Drive, a zoning change request from Plan Development Number 178, Revision 2 Commercial, to Plan Development Number 178, Revision 2 Revised Commercial, to revise the detailed site plan for Building B, that being 145 West Town Center, a former child daycare facility, converting it to a daycare for dogs on 2.658 acres of property located on the south side of Town Center Drive located on the south side of Town Center Drive west of North Denton Tap Road at the request of Realtex Ventures, LP, being represented by Terwisha Construction. We have a staff presentation by Ms. Mary Perone Boswell. Mary?
Good evening, Commissioners. So this site was formerly used as a children's courtyard daycare center. The building's approximately 11,000 square feet. There are 2 buildings on this lot, and they do share parking. 145 Town Center, shown there in the gray, is proposed to be converted to a dog daycare center, also offering overnight accommodations. The site will remain relatively the same. The existing play yard will be divided into 3 play yards, as you can see in the blue to the north, for small, medium, and large dogs, as well as an area for dogs to relieve themselves. There's an existing black chain link fence that will remain. They will be placing a new 8-foot board-on-board fence along the northern and southern property lines. The western property line has an existing 6-foot brick wall that will remain. They will also be sharing a trash enclosure, which is down on the lower left of the screen. So the building itself, like I said, is about 11,000 square feet, and the interior will be renovated to include various dog play areas, food prep and storage areas, a grooming area, and suites for up to 71 dogs. There will also be a waiting area up front with a reception area, office, and staff area. They are proposing a new wall sign on the building that meets sign requirements. In terms of landscaping, there are no plans to change the landscaping on site. Staff is working with the applicant to identify any landscaping that may have died over time and needs to be replaced. Staff is proposing a condition that they replace any landscaping that is currently missing or dead. Excuse me. So this is a zoning change request. We did mail out letters within property owners within 200 feet as required by state law, additional courtesy notices within 800 feet. We did receive 9 responses in opposition within 200 feet, additional 10 responses in opposition within 800 feet. The general concerns were noise, traffic, odor, sanitation, a decrease in the quality of life, and a decrease in property values. So I did hand out a summary sheet to all of you earlier in work session, and you do have access to the actual responses if you so desire. Like I said, there was a petition that was signed and handed to us. There were some additional signatures on the petition, but I reached out to that person who was collecting them because they sent me some JPEGs, and I wasn't able to read them. So I have reached out to them to actually give me the paper copies so that we can add them to the record. So staff is recommending approval of the request, subject to the following conditions. 1, that there may be additional comments during building permit and detailed engineering review. And 2, that the applicant replace any missing landscaping and allow staff to administratively approve any changes related to the landscaping. That is the end of my presentation. The applicant is here as well, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mary. Quick question for you. So with regards to some of the previous similar type land uses in other parts of town, when they came through the process, have there been any complaints, any formal complaints with regards to those uses for noise, nuisance, any of those kinds of things?
Not to my knowledge.
I'm sorry?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Okay. But you checked if there was any complaints?
Right, because we've done like the doggy daycare over on like Van Bever, which is not there anymore, but I've never had anyone else. I think people earlier that lived like further away had come in during the zoning process, but after they did not, no one came in. I haven't heard any complaints.
Okay. Any questions of staff by the commission?
Mary?
Yeah.
What kind of fencing is across the street to the north, on the other side of the street of Town Center Drive, that buffers the residences from all of the activity to the south of Town Center Drive?
I'm not sure, honestly.
It's a 6-foot three-quarter fence around it.
Sir, we'll get to you shortly.
I don't know.
The brick wall? That's what I remember it being there. I just wanted to confirm that that's all
North side of the town center, from the school.
very good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff by the commission?
So did I understand that the prior zoning landscaping plan has been incorporated into what we see in this plan, or it will be part of terms and conditions?
So when we were reviewing the plans, they basically told us that they weren't planning on changing anything. So our response was, well, we need you to make sure that everything that was supposed to be there is still there, and if not, go back and replace it. Because we have had the freeze over the last couple of years, and things just die naturally, so we like them to replace anything that has died off or is missing. And in response to your question, it does look like there's a brick wall. Matt has it pulled up.
On the north side of town center.
Thank you. Hey, Mary, can you pull up the map that has the location of the feedback we received from the public? Okay, so we have the 200 on the top left and the 800 on the top right. Our screens are blanking out here, so, okay.
Yeah, sorry. So the one on the bottom right is the 800. It doesn't include all the 200s.
Okay. Okay, very good. Is the applicant here to present the case?
Good
Would you
afternoon.
get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Nazanin Javan. I'm the owner of Excellent Pet Club. I'm the actually infectious disease scientist by profession, so I'm offering very well-managed and professional doggy daycare. And it's going to be, actually, I respect the neighbors' concern. I understand that, but if I can briefly address all those concerns, I'd be happy. It's going to be very well managed and all time supervised by our well-trained and certified staffs. And so the dogs at the beginning going to be evaluated, and based on their temperament, their age, their size, and even their type of the play that they would like, they will be grouped and they will be supervised. So most of the time they will be kept inside. We have the 2 play group, indoor play group, and we also have the enrichment room. So it's going to be they're going to be involved with the enrichment activity all the time. So, and about the noise, they will be in a smaller group all the time, supervised by staff, and not all the time outside. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. rotation, some part outside, some part inside, and sometimes resting. For the cleanliness, as I said, I'm a scientist, so cleanliness is my first priority. The trash will be picked up immediately. They will sold, and we will have a contract with the commercial, so they will pick up the trash 3 times a week. So there is no issue with the cleanliness. And with the odor, we have the protocol to clean the play area outside and all with the doggy safe. This is, the material and enzymatic liquid to clean them. And about the traffic, one of the concern, actually, it's because it used to be a doggy daycare, so we will follow the same pattern. It's going to be like the drop off and pick up the dogs during the day, but we also will offer the kind of the valet drop off. So they will one of the staff going to bring the dog to the car, and one of the staff in the morning they will get them inside. And sorry, I forgot what was the other concern.
I actually have a question. So
Sure.
describe for me, if you can, what your intended practice are, specifically with respect to waste collection and disposal.
Yeah, the waste immediately collect by staff. They will seal it in a double bag, and we will store them in a, the trash with the lid, the secure lid, and they will collect them. We will store them in a, the drums that are outside, and they will collect them 3 times a week.
So at any point, will there be open waste that?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, thank you for being here, by the way.
Sure.
When will these dogs be taken outside?
Is your mic on?
It's going to be the group play, and as I said, it's going to be like enrichment style play. So we will have a kind of enrichment farm outside. So they will take with their handler, our staff outside. They will play like the one-on-one play, or they will have the enrichment farm, and then they will bring them inside. So it's not going to be a whole day without supervision. All the time they will supervise, and if any barking excessive happen, they will redirect, they will train to redirect their attention and If some of the dog aggressive, they will separate them, they will put them in a timeout, and if nothing help, they will bring them inside.
You mentioned that they're not going to be outside for long.
No,
Just
no,
how long is
unsupervised
not for
actually.
long?
Each play session going to be 20 minutes
Each-
for a small group, like 5 to 10 dogs with one handler. It's going to be 20 minutes outside with the, as I said, it's not like the freely play. It's going to be enrichment play with the going to the farm and then come back inside
So small,
to
medium,
engage them
large.
mentally and physically and make them, engaged all the time.
Okay.
Dog barking when bored, so when they engage, they're not going to bark.
Okay, so you said this 20 minutes per dog size, so small, medium, large,
Yes.
that's an hour.
Yes.
So they're only outside 1 hour of the day? Or is it-
2 times outside, and the rest going to be inside with the exercise that we will have and with the play area inside.
Okay.
And also they will rest most of the time, Doggy needs 16 hours sleep.
So I have some questions.
Go ahead,
So
sorry.
I'm not familiar. I don't have dogs, but what's involved with enrichment?
Enrichment, means of enrichment, make them physically and mentally engaged with some play like the sniffing and, one-on-one play or some exercise like a doggy treadmill or something like
Okay.
that.
Okay. And then with regards to the valet or any kind of drop-off,
Yes.
how is that typically done? Are the dogs on leash from?
Yes, of course.
That's like a mandatory?
Yes, it's mandatory.
Okay, so that would, if there is valet service offered, they're coming out, they're
Yes.
leashed?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no time where they're not leashed?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
Otherwise, in a play area, which is enclosed, and they,
Okay. And at the outset of your presentation, did I hear you say that this particular building was a
daycare, a kids' daycare before.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, it was a kids' daycare. I thought I heard you say it was a dog care
No,
facility
no,
before
it
that.
was a kids'
Okay,
daycare.
Okay. And then we got the waste removal. Okay, got most of the time. And then you said outside that's the removal 3 times per week of waste. Waste
3
removal
times per week, yes.
3 times per week, okay. Okay, Kent, fire away.
Thank you. Ma'am, where exactly on the site would the dogs be playing outside?
Those 2 big rooms, and the north side is an enrichment room. Oh, outside, you mean?
Yes.
No, it's the next one. Yeah, those 2 blue one. And we will have the farm, enrichment farm, on a white one and a north. And the west and east, it's going to be their, relieving area.
Will any of those areas be fenced with a
All of them
a
is fenced, yes.
solid fencing? What kind of fencing?
Inside, it's going to be wire fence.
Beg your pardon?
Wire fence,
Wire fencing?
yes. But outside, going to be the wood,
Like a 6-foot fence, 8-foot?
8-foot fence,
8-foot fence. That's where you said board on board?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Sue, I saw her first.
I just had a quick question.
Sure.
You had mentioned that the dogs would only be outside between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, so after 5 p.m., dogs
They
aren't
will be
outside unless
inside,
they-
and our operation time is going to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., so we don't have any daycare, so they will
Okay.
go to their resting
So
area,
there
to
won't
the
be
kennels
dogs
to
playing
sleep.
outside before
No.
10 a.m. or after 5 p.m.?
No, we don't have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Samit?
Before I make assumptions of the words being used, the 2 areas off to it would be on the north side and the south side of the building that are referred to as relief areas.
Yes.
Are those, are they relieving themselves in those areas, or is it?
For the boarding dogs, we will have in the morning time, we will immediately after they wake up at the 7 a.m., we will take them to the relief area. So, of course,
Okay.
they will relieving in the other area too, but that's just for morning and for the boarding dogs.
Is it fair to ask to maybe only have relief area on one side of that property and preferably on the south side?
We have
away?
in both sides. If you see, there was a narrow side in the right, which is for the smaller dog, and and the left side, it's going to be, yes, that's one,
Well,
and this
my
one.
question is can that one on the north side be consolidated to the south side so that it is further away from the north property and the adjacent community?
Yeah, it can change.
That just allows greater distance.
Yeah, I will share this with our contract.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, I wish we could let Cindy in, but sorry, our screens are cutting out too, so maybe you can text or something if you have questions, but we'll reserve the right to ask you to come back after the public hearing.
Sure.
Okay, very good. All right. So we have several folks that have signed up for this case, so we appreciate you coming out. You will have 3 minutes to speak, no more than 3 minutes. Cammie, if you could raise your hand or something, kind of let them know they got, maybe 30 seconds to start wrapping it up. But we want to try to get to everybody. So I will call names, first person, then followed by, so that the next person can get ready and we can move through this fairly quickly. So we'll start out with Pete Superak. Okay, and to be followed by Sarah Sanders and Landon Gross.
Apologize for the fence comment.
Oh, that's all right.
This is my first one. So good evening and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pete Suprak. This is my wife. We live at 131 Clover Meadow Lane in Huntington Ridge neighborhood. The property is under construction. The property under construction for rezoning is located right behind the border fence of our backyard. I'd like to begin, I would like to make it very clear, we love dogs. Our family has 2 rescues. My wife has volunteered hundreds of hours walking shelter dogs, and I strongly support small businesses. My wife runs a small business here in Coppell, Texas. So my comments are not against dogs or running a business. It's simply that this is not the appropriate location for a doggy daycare. This property sits behind a row of residential homes, including 11 whose backyards separated by the Huntington Ridge fence, and is located very close to a Montessori school and Coppell High School. First, noise. A facility housing multiple dogs has the potential for frequent and excessive barking early mornings and through the evenings and on weekends. Many of us use our backyards, pools, outdoor living spaces to relax, spend time with our families, especially during the weekends. So persistent barking would definitely impact the quality of our life. Second, sanitization and odor. With even responsible management, facilities that house a large number of dogs must manage waste, storage, and disposal. During warm months, especially in Texas, associated odor becomes a very big concern for the residents that are directly back to the property. Increased traffic and activity associated with dog drop-offs and pickups. It's important to note that Town Center is the primary route used by the high schoolers and the students who walk, ride bikes, and use scooters to travel to and from schools. And then finally, property value. For many of us, our homes is the single biggest financial asset we'll ever own. When a prospective buyer is choosing between 2 similar homes, one backing up to a doggy daycare and one that does not, the choice is fairly obviously, so this will negatively impact the marketability of our homes directly adjacent to the location. So even under ideal management, there is no perfect fences that are going to stop dogs from barking. There are no trash bins, no matter how you seal it, that are going to eliminate dog odor, especially on a hot Texas summer day. On the weekends, that's when I use my backyard the most, so there was no comment about the weekends. Most of those comments were about weekdays, so how are we going to manage the weekends when we're all in our backyards relaxing and enjoying our lives? So in closing, I just want to emphasize, I am not opposed to the business itself. Doggy daycares serve a purpose in communities. This is simply not the appropriate location for a doggy daycare. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to consider the negative impact that this would have on our neighborhoods, families, and schools in range. We have already submitted a petition opposing this change. It has 52 signatures. With gratitude, I thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned increased traffic. How would this be increased traffic over at childcare? That's previously there.
Yeah. So I guess statistically we would have to measure that. 71 dogs. I don't think 71 children are in that daycare next to it. So
thank you.
We'd have to measure that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sarah Sanders, followed by Landon Goss. And so, Ms. Sanders, you live on Beechwood. Where's
do.
Beechwood?
237 Beechwood, across from the library in Town Center.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see you now. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for having us and letting us weigh in. Sarah Sanders, 237 Beechwood Lane. My child attends Coppell Montessori Academy that backs up to the proposed facility, and my high schooler and family frequently commute on foot, Town Center Drive to the high school on weekends and weekdays. And it's on the only paved side of that street, which is butting up against this facility. I've been employed at a veterinary office. I've volunteered at multiple animal shelters. I've raised 6 rescue dogs in my adult life. And in that time, I've seen countless dogs escape their leads in parking lots, in transit, and other areas, and even by trained handlers. In an area with children, that is not just an inconvenience, it is a danger. Big fan of dogs, big fan of kids, but those two don't blend well in close quarters. The noise pollution that comes out of the dog facilities with a significant outdoor presence, like the proposed facility, is objectively loud, consistent, and uncontrollable, even with redirection and engagement. I am surprised, actually, the city would consider putting such a facility with a 71 dog capacity so centrally in a highly foot-trafficked area by people of all ages. Using the 2 other doggy daycares in Coppell as examples, one doesn't have a designated outdoor area, so presumably they do leash-based relief for the dogs in the surrounding lot. The other one has 3 dog runs that extend out from the back, but they're fully surrounded by parking lots and commercial buildings, so none are as centrally located or residential as this proposed facility. A quick excerpt from the National Institute of Health. Dog barking acts as an environmental stressor on children's brains, increasing sympathetic nervous system activity, fight or flight, and reducing cognitive functions such as concentration and focus. These sudden noises trigger the amygdala, the brain's threat detection center, leading to the heightened arousal, fear, or alertness. I'm not a scientist, but I do have children that walk by this facility every day. On the dog side of all this, Town Center Drive, that's the proposed facility would sit on, becomes a booming nonstop thoroughfare 5 days out of the week, from school start, school let out, after school programs. And as a recent example, last week, 1,400 students signed out by the PTSO, which I'm on, for honor roll lunch, and many of them used that transit to Sonic and surrounding areas, right up against the facility on that same paved area. The dogs will be constantly stimulated by both the young children playing on the other side of the fence, the buses, cars, high schoolers, and constant noise. I oppose this zoning change with full respect to dogs, kids, school staff, and Coppell communities, as their close proximity will absolutely raise stress levels and negatively impact the daytime environment for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Landon Goss, while Landon's coming down, Mary, how many kids were enrolled at the daycare center? Or do we have a number or capacity of what was previously there? Okay, thank you. Mr. Goss?
Howdy. My name is Landon Goss. I'm at 139 Clover Meadow Lane. Just to quickly address Chairman Haas's question earlier about if there were any complaints with other doggy daycares. I think the reason why there weren't a lot of complaints was because of all those surrounding, the daycares that were surrounding by industrial areas. So it didn't seem like any of them were this close to residential areas.
Gotcha.
So that's probably why.
Thank you
I
for that.
imagine there's not any complaints. My property is actually directly across the fence that the dogs would be playing in, and so I have a direct connection to this. We actually walked it yesterday with my kids. I basically second everything that was said by the previous 2 speakers. I'm not a scientist. I don't have a lot of stats to say, but I think just from a selfish perspective that I don't really see a doggy daycare being near a residential area as something that would be really conducive to residential life. We also forget the Montessori school is there, but there's also a direct child daycare right next to it, right next door, called the Children's Courtyard. Mm-hmm. And so there's going to be drop off and pick up from there as well. To me, that would be a safety and liability issue as well. If a dog were to get off leash, kids 5 and under are statistically, even though I said I don't have any statistics, kids 5 and under are more likely to get bit by a dog. Sanitation was covered. I don't really have much else. I think they covered really everything that's involved, but I just hope that we use common sense here and that there are other properties that could be used for this. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vicky Rice, followed by Darla Mann.
Chairman Haas,
Yes?
so between the two buildings, which are roughly about the same size, 334 kids for both buildings.
334?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 150, 180 kids, okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, my name is Vicki Rice. I am the director of Coppell Montessori Academy, the school that's located next to the property. Our playground backs up to that area with just a small creek separating the properties. Toddlers, babies, they play out there all day, learning and playing. Dog daycares typically involve groups of dogs playing together outdoors throughout the day, which can result in frequent barking and noise during the school hours. She said between 10 and 5, those are the times that we're outside. For very young children, that level of noise can be disruptive to outdoor play, learning activities, and rest times. Many children at this age are also frightened by loud barking or groups of unfamiliar dogs. There's also practical concerns, as everyone's mentioned, the sanitation, odors, and waste management so close to an area where children play. As others have mentioned, Town Center Drive becomes very busy throughout the week. There's buses, cars, the high schoolers that go through that area is crazy. My intention is not to impose the business, but to respectfully ask that the city consider whether placing a dog daycare directly next to a preschool playground is the best fit for both businesses and for the children that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Darla Mann, followed by Vishy Subramanyam. Oh, hopefully I got that right. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Darla Mann. I reside at 162 Shadydale Lane. So our residents, first off, I came really just to show support. I did sign the petition, and my mother as well. We are the neighbor. We're on the west side of this location. But as I've been sitting here listening to the meetings, the city's point of view and any kind of information that they've gathered, so I want to provide some perspective on our side. So we are the direct west neighbor of this facility. Originally, this was a daycare. Buildings A and B were both populated for children. As a resident of Coppell since 1969, at this residence since 1980, we've seen a lot of growth. The high school has been built, the daycare has been put in, many more homes around us, even the church, which is just south of this property. Over the years, we have been inundated by noise. The daycare with screaming, playing kids, all hours, all ages. We get noise from the high school, which, the field is a little further away, but we still get it. Also, the church, which is just a stone's throw south of this facility. You think a church is going in there, but they play rock and roll kind of music that really emanates out of there on Wednesday and Thursday evenings and on Sunday mornings. They've tried to do some improvements for sound barrier, but we still hear it. So we are bombarded with noise by these entities that have grown up around our home. We do have a large property there. You'll see our property is 162. It's just shy of 2 acres there. So the brick fence runs along that entire line. Now, there's 2 actual brick fences there. There's the church brick fence that runs all the way out to Sandy Lake, and then there's the daycare brick fence that's only brick on the west side. Everything else is chain link.
Yeah.
So there is a gap there, probably 10 to 12 inches where those fences do not meet, and critters go in and out of there, so dogs could certainly go in between and enter our property. So a few things that I wrote down today. Proximity. I'm an animal lover, not against the business, but again, there's probably been no complaints because the doggy daycares within Coppell already
Ma'am, your
are
time is
in,
up.
Thank you. We'll give you another minute to wrap up. Go ahead.
are in an industrial area more so. This is a very dense neighborhood. We feel, and my mother feels, that this is just not the appropriate location for this facility. Also, regarding the landscaping, trees were planted in that original daycare as it was. I believe they're oak elms. They have the little tiny leaves all along that brick fence. They are on their side of the property, but as they've grown over the decade or so, they have branched out and they are over into our property. We've had many conversations trying to get them to do their tree management, cut them down, trim them down. It's been futile because it's always, well, we have to deal with corporate. It's been like a brick wall, so there is a lot of landscaping that needs to be done on that property regarding trees, regarding grasses, especially in those areas where they're going to have relief urine constantly going through there. That's going to erode the grass. It's going to emanate the odor. Again, another thing regarding noise, again, talking about the 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., 70 dogs, whether they're, again, all of that playtime is going to be on our side. For years, we would hear the kids outside screaming and playing. My mother actually worked nights. It was very hard for her to sleep. It's just, we've been inundated by noise. You don't think that there would be that much noise, but there is. And so now to have barking dogs, I don't even want to go there. And I also have a child who is on the autism spectrum, and he is afraid of dogs. So constant barking of dogs, we don't want to have to tolerate it. And the weekend issue, that was another.
We'll follow up with a question on the applicant there. Thank you very much. So we have Vishy.
Yeah, that's me.
Followed by Shanti.
We are here for actually items 12 and 13.
Oh, you signed up on the wrong one.
Oh, sorry about that.
You want to say anything while you're here?
Yes.
Oh,
Lot
no,
to say,
for
but
this
I'll
case?
come for
Okay.
that.
Yeah, we'll get you on that one. Thank you. All right, so y'all are on 12, all right.
I think there are a lot of people.
No, there's okay. Oh, so, all right, so it would be Rara, probably, and Rasani. So you're on the other item? Okay, so these are all 12, okay. All right, oh my gosh, and Ram, you're on for item 12? For this one? The other one, okay. How about Robert? Robert Dolman? You on, is it?
I didn't plan on saying.
I'm sorry?
I didn't plan on saying anything.
Okay. There's Dahlman, Mr. or Miss Dahlman? Rhoda,
I'm with him.
Okay.
We weren't planning on talking.
Was that on item 8 or 12?
8.
Okay.
We agree with everything.
Okay. I just want to make sure I get everybody here. So, all right, these are on 8. This is on 12. All right. And then I'm just going to say Mr. or Miss Wu. All right. She's brave. By hands, while she's coming down, are there others that would like to speak on the item? Okay, we'll make sure. Okay, I see that. We'll get others that haven't signed up, but Miss Wu.
Hi. I'm Xiang Yue. I'm the resident in 127 Clover Meadow Lane in the neighborhood. So I oppose converting the former facility into a dog daycare center because this location is in the middle of a residential neighborhood with many families and kids. Myself have 2 kids, and such a facility like.
Ma'am, could I ask you to speak closer to the
Oh,
microphone
sure,
so we
yeah.
can hear you?
So I oppose converting the former facility into a dog daycare center because this location is in the middle of a residential neighborhood with many families and kids, and myself have 2 kids. I think this like dog daycare center will like bring significantly noise, odor, and sanitation concerns. So it will impact, like negatively impact the quality of life for the neighborhood. So I respectfully ask the authorities to take this consider, like take the community concern seriously and reconsider this proposal.
In opposition?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else?
That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there others who'd like to speak on the item? Come on down over here.
Hey there.
You can pull
Closer.
it down. You can pull it down.
Pull it down. That better. All right. Hi, I'm Shay Feeney, 411 or 144 Woodhurst Drive. I have lived in Coppell since 1995 and moved back here about 4 years ago. Actually lived in the neighborhood that's adjacent to the neighborhood that this would be at, that backs up to the high school field. So I do understand the people that live behind the noise pollution that's already there. I would also urge the, in opposition, sorry if I didn't say that, would urge you guys to really consider flipping the sanitation to that backside. That is where my child goes to school at Coppell Montessori, and we are very concerned with the sound as well as the urine. I believe there is some creek space that shows up, but that could also make the situation much worse for the urine runoff. I've heard her address the other sanitation, I guess, removal, but also Coppell does have pickup twice a week, so I'm interested to know if they're paying private pickup or how that will work. I guess thank you for your time, and I would love it if you guys could reconsider.
I missed it. Could I get your name and address again?
Yeah, Shay Feeney, 411 Woodhurst Drive by the duck pond.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All righty. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application?
May I add one comment?
He used his 3 minutes. You still have 3 minutes. And I'll need your name and address for the record. Please.
Dawn Superak, 131 Clover Meadow Lane. I was just looking at the sign, and it says that their maximum dogs could be 71 dogs total at a time. I know a lot of facilities allow dogs that come from the same household to stay in the same suites or the same kennels. So essentially that 71 dogs could be 144 dogs. I don't know if their facility is going to allow that, but I know most of them do. So that is just another concern that I have. That is not just 71 dogs. It could potentially be 144. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. If we could have the applicant come back, please. So there were a couple of concerns raised through the public hearing.
Sure.
One of the questions was, what are the operations on the weekend?
The operation on a weekend for a daycare, it's going to be shorter, so it's going to be 8 to just 5 p.m.
8 to 5, both
Yes.
Saturday and Sunday?
Yes.
And then there was a follow-on question with regards to the sanitation, the pickup. Is that the operations of who's
That's going to
providing
be
that service?
commercial, private that they pick up the trash, and if it's needed, we can add it more time. But for now, we have a contract for 3 times a week. We can add it for, in a, the critical time, like the summertime, we can add it to 4 times a week.
Is there special disposal required?
Yeah, they are private companies.
And so they're versed in those kind of operations?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry? Oh. Is that sidebar going on over there? All right, and then there was one last one. Okay, there was 71 times 2, 144.
For a smaller, the kennel, we are not allowing 2 dogs at a time. So just for suites that we will have 8 suites, for them we can allow for 2 dogs, not for the rest.
So the total is 71 dogs? Or
The
is there
total
more?
is 71, yes.
Total?
Total.
Okay. All right. While the applicant's here, is there any
And
follow-up?
it's not usually 71 for a daycare, so it's for a boarding kennel 71. As I mentioned, it's not very clear here, but we are for a indoor play. We just have a 15 as a big dog and 15 as a small dog for a daycare.
So thank
That's
you for
more
that.
limited.
Thank you for that clarification. So what is the total potential number of dogs on site on any given
71.
day? Total?
Total.
Boarding or non-boarding?
Non-boarding, yeah.
Including suites?
Including suites, yeah. 8 suites, it's just like.
Okay. And what does the staffing look like? Because you mentioned that there's 1v1.
Yeah, we will
enrichment.
have a shifting. In each shift, we will have 7 to 9 people, or around 7 for each shift.
7 for each shift. Is there? I'm not
Like
familiar with this operation. Is it
10, yeah, like each 10 dogs, 7 to 10 dogs with 1 handler.
per person? Okay. Okay. And they will never leave the site?
No.
They're only, okay.
Yes.
All right.
They're going through the, the training program, so they will know the dog behavior. They will have a course on the dog behavior, how to handle the emergencies, how to handle the barking, how to, manage the, emergency time. So they will have the training time and they will certify.
Is that
Before
a
starting.
requirement for this kind of operation?
No, for our operation, it's
Oh,
going
for
to be
your
required.
operation.
Yes.
Do you have others beside this proposed
No,
location?
that's going to be the first location.
So this is your first foray into this kind of business?
Yes.
Out of curiosity, why this business?
Actually, I was looking for my dog. I have 2 dogs, so I was looking for their boarding. So I was thinking, okay, when I saw couples, I thinking I can do better.
Okay, very good. So hang on a second. Any final questions of the applicant, Samit?
Yeah, so just to clarify from a operation standpoint, you are going to allow boarding overnight,
Yes.
but
We will have a staff overnight.
but no dogs will be taken outside
No,
overnight?
no,
Okay.
no.
And
They will have a relief area inside too.
similar on the weekend, so somebody could check their dog in for a vacation? like
Oh,
7
no,
days?
we have a time for accepting and for, drop off and pick up. We don't
No, but
allow them to
like
come
spring
anytime.
spring break this week, somebody can check their dog in on a Saturday and pick them up a week later following Sunday?
Yeah, they can
Okay.
do that, yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Okay.
I have a question. A couple of things came up for staff while she's still here. Is staff aware of any creeks or runoff area adjacent to this property? And is there any part of this property that's directly adjacent to the Montessori school?
So I'll have to defer to engineering about the creeks. I think he's going to look that up. And sorry, what was your second question?
We had a couple comments that this was directly adjacent to the Montessori school too. And there's any piece of this that abuts up against that?
It looks like it's up against the church, yeah, or the church parking lot. Yeah.
So it looks like the Montessori backs up to the other daycare.
Okay, no more questions from me. Thank you.
On the other side.
Fire away.
I don't know who this is towards, but the 8-foot board fence, is it continuous around there regardless of the existing walls and whatever, or is it meant to bridge, is it only intended to bridge the gaps where the walls are not?
So our intent was there's a wall to the west, which is a brick wall, which is going to stay. Then on the north, facing the street, and on the south at the rear, there's currently a chain link fence with, I think there's fabric, and we didn't want just that. So it should be in front of, I think they're going to keep the chain link fence there, but it should be in front of that and at the rear. So at the north and the south sides is the board-on-board fence. Because we don't want kids sticking their hands in there. And
Right,
yeah.
right. But in lieu of the comment, because knowing that there's drainage and whatnot below brick walls, we want to make sure that that's closed off too. Maybe not a solid 8-foot fence, but they've got to make sure that no dog can go burrowing underneath or through the wall, through the openings.
They're going to keep the chain. They're going to put the board on board outside of it.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Fire away, Kent.
So why are we agreeing to a board-on-board fence in terms of durability and all that when we have this kind of activity? Wouldn't it be better to recommend some kind of stone or brick fence or something of that nature, something that's solid?
If that's something that you want to recommend, they were planning on just leaving the chain link with the mesh, and we thought that the board-on-board would work in terms of blocking access.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, discussion by the commission.
So I have mixed feelings about this application because it is a lot of dogs. But with the proper mitigation, I was concerned about this gentleman over here who was thinking that the location of this operation would impact his property values, and I'm wondering how the rest of the commission feels about that, because I'm thinking that this operation is far enough away from that land to not impact it, but maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to see what others on the commission feel about that. I think I could support this project if all of the fencing was brick or some kind of stone fence of some sort, something that's attractive to the area and builds it up. I'm not really excited about the chain link fence and or any of that. Plus, it would mitigate any potential runoff, so-called, if there would be any of, fluids and whatnot that would not be, you wouldn't want to see go elsewhere from dog urine or whatever. So that's, I think, my initial thought.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. You don't. Other thoughts by the commission? Sue?
Initially I thought this was probably a good conversion use of a daycare into a doggy daycare, but listening to some of the residents and what they really had to say about it, I'm not sure in this particular location that it's really good based on the foot traffic and the proximity to the Montessori and to the other daycare and to the high schoolers walking by. Those high schoolers are going to annoy those dogs as they walk by. Anyway, so I don't know that this is the best spot for this. There is another daycare for sale right up Denton Tap on the other side of the creek with no residents by it. But anyway, I don't know that I can support the approval of this.
John? No? Okay, so I wanted to understand what this type of land use potentially could be like, and so I visited other locations in Coppell just driving around, just listening for sound, things like that. So there's one there, more or less on the northwest quadrant of MacArthur and Beltline. And I detected no smells. There was operations when the door opened. I could hear dogs barking. There was a brick fence on one end. Some dogs are out playing. I could hear them. But then I decided to check with some of the folks that lived in that adjacent neighborhood. And kudos to Coppell residents for not answering the door for strangers. But I found some folks walking. So I asked them questions, and they were, they were in 500 feet plus, and from the alley of, I believe it was Crestview, or, shoot, I lost it here. Yeah, Crestview.
For clarification, you're talking about Camp Bow Wow?
Yes.
Okay.
From the alley, I could hear the dogs. So that's over 400 plus feet. And but the residents that I spoke with, they didn't have any problem. They said they could hear them. They were fine with it, but no big deal. The second location I went to was the one just on the southeast corner of Denton Tap and Sandy Lake, there by Victor's. Looking for the name here. It's right there by the Rock and Roll. Dogtopia. Yes, thank you for that. And so I spoke with residents back behind there in Glenwood, asking if because they're a lot closer than the other, and the residents that I spoke with there, actually one guy over here answered his door, and he said that he's never had a problem. Noise, not a problem. Smell, not a problem. Then I decided, let me check with some of the adjacent commercial businesses if there's any issues. And so I went to the Salat, and I went to the Rock and Roll, Rock of School there, Rock of Ages, or whatever it is. And the restaurant, they never really could hear anything other than when the dogs are out, when they're going in and out. Nothing big there. The Rock and Roll place there, they could hear them through the wall, but they got drums and guitars going, so it kind of blended in. So I didn't hear really anything negative. But as I consider this site, and I consider the comments that I've received, we've received here regarding just the proximity of other children's activities and the close proximity of residential, particularly to the resident who's been here since 1969. She looks awfully young for being here from 1969. But I offer, my thought is I would be concerned. I'm not against this type of use. I just feel like this place might not be the right location for it. But that's just my independent thought. Are there any final or other thoughts by the commission?
I think the convenience of it being within the community, no different than when we do look for a daycare. I like it nearby my home so that I can pick up and drop off kids, dogs. It'd be an interesting study, 71 dogs versus 180 kids, which one is louder in the day. This happens to be a larger commercial property, and this property just happens to be on one side of it. But the overall residential area was built adjacent to a large commercial property. So the church noise, the other noise, I'm mixed. I am mixed because of but I think there's a value in the convenience of it as well, being so close.
With that said, is there a motion by the commission?
Okay. I move to approve PD 178R2R-C at 145 West Town Center Drive, a zoning change request from PD 178R2-C, Plan Development -178 Revision 2, Commercial, to PD 178R2R-C, Plan Development 178 Revision 2. commercial to revise the detailed site plan for Building B at 145 West Town Center, which was a former child daycare center, subject to staff conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hafman. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, there was a second? Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hafman and a second by Commissioner Dobmeyer. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Dobmeyer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship.
Nay.
Chairman Haas.
Nay.
Commissioner Hafman.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop.
Nay.
We got her now.
Nay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got you now. So
Yay.
that motion,
Nay.
that's a tie. That motion fails. So we need another motion by the commission. Sue?
I motion to deny consideration of PD 178R2R-C.
With conditions as presented?
I'm denying it, recommending
Okay,
deny.
I'm sorry. We have a denial by Commissioner Blankenship. I will second that motion. Cammie, would you call the roll, please? Yeah, motion by Blankenship, second by Haas.
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Dobmeyer.
Nay.
Vice Chair Blankenship.
Aye.
Chairman Haas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman.
Nay.
Commissioner Patel.
Nay.
Commissioner Bishop.
Aye.
Okay, so that motion fails. So we are landlocked. I'm going to refer to
Well,
our city attorney.
As a matter of law, it requires a majority to be approved. That means 50% plus one. It did not receive 50% plus one, so it's denied.
So it's denied.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the application as presented because of those is denied. You have the ability to appeal to council for your application. But thank you to those who came tonight and the input for that. So, okay, moving on. Item 9. Consider approval of PD-296R-LI, Samaritan's Purse Edition, Lot 1R, Block A, a zoning change request from Plan Development Number 296, Light Industrial, to, I'm sorry, let me back up here. A zoning change request from Plan Development 296, Light Industrial and Light Industrial, to Plan Development 296, Revised Light Industrial, to add a parking lot south of the existing planned development for parking and update the existing site plan for a new additional 37,699 square foot, 3-story professional building, office building located on approximately 13 acres of land on the west side of Creekview Drive, approximately 525 feet north of Bethel Road, at the request of Samaritan's Purse and Fellowship Church, FKA, Fellowship Las Colinas, and being represented by Kelsey Campbell. We have a staff presentation by Miss Mary Perone Boswell.
Mr. Chairman, if you choose to, you could also do the replat to create the 2 lots that would result. If you'll just read that first sentence, that'll get us to that.
Yeah. Is anybody opposed on the commission on that? Okay. So we're going to combine 9 and 10. Item 10 is a public hearing to consider approval of Samaritan's Purse Edition Lot 1R and 2 Block A replat request to create 2 lots extending Lot 1R south of the existing planned development to be used for additional parking in the existing gas well site on Lot 2 on approximately 27.6 acres of land located on the west side of Creekview Drive, approximately 525 feet north of Bethel Road, at the request of Fellowship Church, FKA Fellowship Las Colinas, and being represented by Kelsey Campbell of the applicant. And we have Miss Mary Perron Boswell to present that case also. So, Mary.
All right. So, this next item. So, all of the property was once owned by Fellowship Church. A portion was sold to Samaritan's Purse and developed in 2018 as their office warehouse space. So, this is an expansion of the Samaritan Purse site. So there's 2 main changes. One is to remove parking for the addition of a new 3-story building. The location of the new building necessitated the elimination of some existing parking spaces and the relocation of the fire lane. The new building's first floor will contain a large break room, an area for staff devotions for 70, and guest training. The second floor will house 30 of their information technology staff, and the third floor is for future growth. In order to accommodate the new building and the parking associated with it, and the parking that was lost to the new building footprint, a new parking lot will be constructed south of the existing lot. The new parking is the second main change. So they are platting some land to the south to accommodate the required parking. In total, they are removing 60 spaces and adding back 176 for a grand total of 399 spaces on site. So the elevations show that the majority of the building will be brick with a small portion to be stucco. There are 3 brick colors proposed. The stucco will be a peppercorn color. So here we're looking at the elevations of the new 3-story building. It's just under 46 feet in height. We'll have an aluminum canopy and sunscreen on the front. In terms of building signage, I know there's one shown on the diagram here on the illustration, but it's just for illustrative purposes. Any proposed building signage will need to conform with city requirements. In terms of landscaping, so that they meet the site requirements, staff will be working with the applicant for tree placement along Creekview Drive, since there is a major gas easement that runs parallel to the street. Staff is requesting a condition that would allow us to administratively approve any landscaping changes to the easement. So they are proposing 44 overstory trees, 19 accent trees in the parking and outdoor patio area. The new parking area will require the existing trees to be removed. So the applicant will be requesting that fees for tree mitigation be waived. This can only be done by council. So let's see here. In addition, there's a larger tree that's requires removal that requires city council approval as well. So now we're looking at the northern portion of the site. So the blue represents the new building. And then just to the left of that, you see the new patio area with the pergola that they're planning. Again, this was a zone change request. We did send out notifications within 200 feet, additional courtesy within 800 feet, and received no responses. And we do have conditions. So staff is recommending approval of the request subject to the following conditions. 1, that there may be additional comments during the building permit and detail engineering review. 2, that a replat is required to be approved prior to engineering review and recorded prior to building permit. 3, that if tree mitigation fees are not waived, that the mitigation fees be paid prior to plat recordation. 4, to allow staff to administratively approve any changes related to the landscaping in the 30-foot gas easement. 5, that all signage must comply with city ordinances. And 6, that a downstream drainage analysis will be required in order to determine whether stormwater detention is needed. I'm just going to go through item number 10 too, just so we have everything. So item 10 is essentially the companion piece. So it's the plat to create 2 lots, which includes extending lot 1 south of the existing planned development to be used for the additional parking, and lot 2 will consist of the existing gas well and the remainder of the existing tract. So the one in yellow is the new lot for the Samaritan's Purse expansion. And again, this is the companion piece. So in terms of recommendations, staff recommends approval of the Samaritan's Purse Fellowship Edition replat, lots 1R and 2, Block A, subject to the following conditions, that additional comments may be generated upon detailed engineering permit reviews. That's the end of my presentation, and the applicant is here in the audience as well if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. 2 questions. If you could go back to the conditions. 1, tree mitigation fees are, if they're not waived, the mitigation fees will be paid prior to plat. So the applicant is requesting waiving of the mitigation.
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
I guess you can ask them.
Well, did they express any concern to staff?
No, they just said that they were asking for waiver of the fees.
And then with regards to administratively approve the changes on landscaping, if we were to remove that, what would be required? They would have to come through the Planning and Zoning Commission again?
Yeah, we're just asking because with the easement there, we may need to kind of jockey some where the trees are located. Okay. So that may mean, maybe not necessarily having them spaced accordingly. We may have to group them other areas. So just allows us some flexibility so we don't have to come back to say, hey, this isn't working, now we need to do this.
Yeah, understood there. And the elevations, the proposed 3-story building, how does the height of that, does it align with the height of the current building?
I think the current building might be a little bit shorter, but everything around there is light industrial, and it backs up to like City Grapevine.
So it's nothing from a context perspective that would be out of the ordinary there.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Sue?
Mary, just a quick question. I just wanted to confirm, the waiving of the tree mitigation, that's not part of this for planning and zoning?
Correct.
To approve.
So
Okay,
any
that's not
waiver
part
of
of this
fees
application.
is not part of your purview, so that'll go straight to City Council.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mary, if it's not part of our purview, why is it brought up before us?
It's just part of the conditions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions of staff in cross-examination? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here, Ms. Campbell, to present the case? Mr. Campbell?
She is with her kids. I'm Greg Yancey, 1201 Creekview Drive for Samaritan's Purse, Coppell. Good to see some familiar faces.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been about 15, I think. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Okay, it's not within our purview, but why are we requesting waiving of the tree mitigation?
We asked for them last time as well, and it was denied. I think it was a split vote, but Samaritan's Purse is a global ministry, and and obviously the intent of the tree ordinance is for a developer to preserve trees wherever possible and to supplement the Parks Department, to replace those trees where they can be planted. I totally understand that. It would be a stretch to call Samaritan's Purse a church, but it is a global ministry and it is ministry-based, so it is a faith-based organization. And if this were a regular development, we wouldn't ask to waive it.
If Samaritan's Purse were ever to leave this location, those trees would be brought down and another development came in, and if it were waived, then we would lose the trees. Well, I guess it's not within my purview. It's not within this case.
It's a good question. Well, and I don't mind telling you, and I think in their 40 years of existence, they've never sold real estate anywhere. And
okay.
And the flip side as well is that it's owned by Fellowship Church, and at any time Fellowship Church could have developed it for church use, and there wouldn't have been any mitigation fees because churches are specifically excluded. So
okay.
I'm sure you'd correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hager. Count on that.
Any questions of the applicant? Sue?
Yeah, this is just more of a curiosity question. So with putting the new building there and you're removing, I think Mary said 71 parking spaces, but you're adding in 130 something. I don't remember the number. Why the additional spaces?
When we first looked at this, this was all driven by needing a place to put cloud support IT people. And we're totally out of office space in the building. And so that wasn't an option to keep building out space in the building. They even discussed doing 2 floors in the building, and I told them, you'd have to be out of here for a year while we remodel. It'd be crazy money. So we went to Fellowship Church about buying the site next door. And some of you may recall that Creekview Drive used to just come to a cul-de-sac. It didn't go all the way to Bethel. Well, the last manhole for sanitary sewer is actually right at that bend in Creekview. And I had to run about 400 feet when I built the first building to tie in. The private sewer line was put in by DCT in an easement crossing this lot so they could develop on Bethel Road. Those two buildings are on Bethel. DCT has since been acquired by Prologis. Prologis is very nice to us in other markets. They've been a temporary landlord for Samaritan's Purse in other cities, and we love Prologis, but we've been unable to get permission from them to use their sanitary sewer line. And I don't blame them. If I were the asset manager, I'd tell you no. I don't want my tenant calling me with a problem, and I got this other guy that tied into it. So we've given up on that avenue, and we're not upset. But the logical thing to do, since this lot is largely undevelopable without sanitary sewer, the logical thing to do was put parking on this 2-acre lot, put the building there at the end of the north truck court. We've located the building so that it made all the existing driveways align, and so everything just worked out. So that's how I ended up with 35 feet between the truck court fence and the wall of this building. And since that becomes kind of an ugly space looking at a truck court, that's how we got down the road of let's do some really nice landscaping and pave stone in there, do a little pergola, and try to make it an amenity and not facing looking at dock doors. So that's how we got here.
But why the additional spaces?
Oh, okay, sure. Well, during shoebox collection season, I mean, Samaritan's Purse collects about 12 million shoe boxes a year that go all over the country with a gift for children, if you're not familiar with that. But Coppell does about 10% of those. It's a great distribution center. Those volunteers that come, some of them come by bus, some of them come in carpooling, but in some cases we do shuttle people from a remote parking lot to bring them in during volunteer season. We have this 4-week window where all of this stuff is put into shipping containers and goes all around the world. So it's just mayhem, really, from Thanksgiving to Christmas. And then it's down to the 50 people on staff, and half of them are disaster people, and they're gone. I mean, you can walk in there, and those 25 people aren't even in the building. So this lot will be largely unused, for most of the year. There are 3 occasions during the year when there's like ministry training that'll happen at this new building. And so part of this goal too is to not have to go rent hotel space. This could be done here on site. And then every morning, every employee is required to go to devotions from 8 to 8:30. So there's a quick Bible study and prayer every morning, and a missionary reports from something overseas, and they watch a video. But so that goes on every morning at the building. That's the other reason they wanted the building here, is they like all their people together, so everybody's got a sense of community there. So the folks that work in the building now, they're going to walk every morning at 8 a.m., come to this new building and be on the first floor, do the half-hour devotions, and then go back to work. Okay?
Maybe I missed it.
Sure.
They're going to stay at this building?
Well, the IT people will work in this building.
They'll work.
Oh, yeah. The people that I've got working here now, there's about 40 people, I guess, on staff in the building now. Okay. Every morning, they're going to walk to the new building,
Gotcha.
100 yards, whatever it is, for devotions. Yeah.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. We may call you back for some follow-on questions. Is there anybody that would like to speak for or against the proposed application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion by the commission? Samit?
If this parking lot's going to be predominantly unused, do we need to create that much concrete area for, is there any alternative surfacing that won't create so much heat?
Not by our current ordinances.
That is a great question. No surfaces that would allow for permeation of water. Yeah. Well, okay. So I have been to this site for the last 5 years preparing boxes, and I know exactly what you're talking about, parking. And but because it's a great effort, and I'm surprised that we couldn't park in the building across the street because they may tow us for a volunteer event. But anyway, yeah, so I get it. It's a great operation. And I'm not going to speak about the tree mitigation, but I just don't feel that, and it's not within our purview, but we should comply with all of our ordinances. So, okay, with that, is there a motion by the commission? 9 and 10. Yeah.
I move to approve items 9 and 10. Consider approval for PD 296R-LI Samaritan's Purse Edition Lot 1R. Block A is zoning change request from PD 296-LI Plan Development 296 Light Industrial and LI Light Industrial to PD 296R-LI Plan Development 296 Revised Light Industrial to add a parking lot south of existing plan development for parking and update the existing site plan for a new additional 37,699 square foot, 3-story professional office building. Do I need to read the whole thing? No, okay. With the conditions
As presented.
as presented.
Okay, we have a motion for, I'm sorry.
Clarification, and also an item 10.
And also item 10, approval of the replat for Lot R, 1R, and 2. With conditions.
So we have a motion for items 9 and 10 with conditions as presented by Commissioner Patel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Vice Chair Blankenship. Cammy, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Dobmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Haithman?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Item 11 this evening is to consider approval of PD-250R26R2-H, the Old Town Edition, Lot 4R, Block D, a zoning change request from Plan Development number 250, revision number 26, revised dash historic, to Plan Development 250, revision number 26, revised number 2, historic, to revise detailed site plan to allow for a professional or medical office in addition to the retail and restaurant uses already permitted on the first floor of the 0.25 acre property located at 767 West Main Street at the request of Diana Ahmad, being represented by Bill Peck of William Peck and Associates. And we have a staff presentation by Mr. Matt Steer. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is item number 11 this evening. So let me provide a little history on this case. So the initial zoning change for the live-work units was approved in August 2022, and that was for a 2-story mixed-use building with retail on the first floor, and then we would allow for 2 residential units on the second floor. And then in December 2023, Council approved a plan for a 775 square foot ice cream shop on the first floor, and then 2,359 square feet of spec restaurant uses on the first floor. And that could also contain some retail. So the Artsy Cakery has since occupied the 775 square feet. So the site is approximately 0.25 acres in size. The gross square foot gross floor area is 10,200 square feet, and that includes the 2 apartment units on the second floor. And then existing first floor is the 775 square foot restaurant here, and then this was 2,300 square feet of vacant restaurant or retail space. So what they're proposing is to allow for this 2,300 square feet to be medical or professional office, in addition to restaurant or retail use. We sent out 19 notices within 200 feet, and 133 within 800 feet received no responses either in favor or opposition. And unfortunately, staff's recommending denial. of the requested addition of professional and medical offices to the allowable uses on the first floor. So sites in the Old Town Main Street project that were intended to be retail have been converted over the years to medical and professional office uses. And this property was conceptually planned for retail restaurant uses initially. And the current mixed-use plan development zoning for this property was intentionally allowed in this instance with 2 apartments on the second floor to maximize the use of the property so that we could have retail and restaurant uses on the first floor. And that would generate activity in the area. And by allowing a medical office or a professional office, even in this 2,300 square foot area, that would take away from the potential activity that could be generated in the evenings and the weekends in this general area of Old Town. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is in the audience, and I've given you her statement of the reasoning behind her request.
Okay, very good. Any questions of staff? Sue?
So Matt, if this commission were to approve this, are there any staff conditions that would go along with that approval?
No.
Thank you.
Because you're simply adding other land uses. It would have
Correct.
been added. Yeah.
Correct, yeah. We're just adding this professional and medical office to the acceptable land use.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay.
As Bob said, all the former stuff would apply.
Okay.
So I heard live work in there. Is this truly mixed use currently?
This is truly mixed use. Did I say live work?
I heard live work in there somewhere.
I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, is the applicant here to present the case?
My name is Diana Ahmad. I am the property owner at 767 West Main Street. I also reside at 137 Kings Ridge Drive in Coppell. So I'm not going to read the whole letter that I sent you. I'll just give you a little bit of the summary, kind of main points of it. So I'm requesting to amend the allowed uses for 2,300 square feet of my property. The total size of my property, as Matt has mentioned, is 10,215 square feet. So I'm only referring to less than 25% of the total square footage. This space that I'm referring to has been vacant for over 2 years now. During these 2 years, and currently ongoing, I have marketed the space for retail and restaurant use, spending thousands on sites such as Crexy, LoopNet, and CoStar. I have adjusted the pricing. I've worked with brokers, but until now have not been successful at securing a tenant in these 2 categories, which is causing unnecessary hardship and a financial burden. So at this point, the issue is not the lack of effort coming from my side. It's really that the current allowed uses are not matching the market demand. I will continue my efforts to obtain a retail restaurant user, but I have had to turn away numerous businesses that would be classified as professional offices or medical, from insurance agencies, chiropractors, law firms, wellness clinics, and other low-intensity tenants. I'm not asking for unrestricted office use. I am open to conditions such as maintaining the glass storefront design, limiting some of the medical uses, and ensuring the space remains visually consistent with retail. Filling the vacant space will not only be beneficial to achieving the city's goals of having an active, vibrant downtown area, it will help support the current bakery and neighboring businesses. It will help prevent long-term vacancy and reduce financial burden and align with all of our goals for Old Town. Thank you, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Out of curiosity, you mentioned that you'd been courting other retail or restaurants, and what was their reason for not signing on the dotted line?
Yes. There's a few reasons. So one, like, for example, franchises, I've reached out to so many of them, and their main concern is that there's not enough car traffic that goes through Old Town Coppell. So when they said, oh, what is the average per hour on the two closest cross streets, like that's how they kind of, I guess, they have even some apps or whatever they'll tell them. Even if I tell them, well, we're crazy busy on Saturdays, and I tell them that there is a lot of opportunity because there's not really too many options in the evening in that area or in the weekends, so forth, that they can bring the life to the area. It's kind of in the center of Old Town. It could be a family hangout, all these things. So, for bigger franchises, it's not busy enough. And actually, I even asked Starbucks. I said, well, you have a location at Tom Thumb that doesn't count, and the one right next to it doesn't. And, there's been a couple of, first-generation restaurants. So there's been a couple of people that have come and said, okay, I'm ready to sign a lease. And, as a responsible, a property owner, when I, start talking to them, you need to start thinking of your design and, all these different things. When they start to actually go into the process, they have a concept, they're excited, the area looks like it would match their concept. But when they really start to actually go into saying, okay, I need to pay for drawings, I need to get permits, I need to have licensed people doing the work, and things like that, they sometimes will shy away, but I would say, and I live in Coppell. I would love for there to be a really nice retail or restaurant place. I have friends that live right across the street. So I have, like, if I go to a nice restaurant, I will ask for the owner. I will say, hey, why don't you come here? I've given so many tours to restaurant groups. And then even one guy, he's like, well, I'll put a crumble cookie there. And I said, we have a bakery next door. I'm like, give me something else, to work with. So, I really am trying, and I still am trying for that. But it's just so many, I think because there are professional offices and kind of medical already in Old Town, that's what's driving those businesses to approach me, because they see that it's already in the area. I think that's maybe why I'm getting more approached on that side than on retail or restaurant. And unfortunately, I would say majority of the retail that have come are businesses that I don't feel are right for Old Town Coppell. From even, I think I've mentioned in a previous meeting, there have been CBD shops. There has been a lady, she actually makes, it's a bakery out of medical marijuana. And actually, she works with the hospital, so for kids that have eye problems, it's made for her, So I was like, I still don't think that's good for Coppell. There's been 2 tattoo artists, one female, one male. There's been a massage parlor. Some of these businesses that they just want to find a place anywhere that, could be in a town. And even they'll market it as high end. Even the CBD shops, we have vapes are $300-400. So when I say, well, there's 4,000 kids, high schoolers in Coppell, I don't need them all, just hanging out doing CBD. So, kind of thing, and they'll say, no, these are for the adults. I've had a cigar shop, want to be in the building. We have residents upstairs. So, some of these things are kind of, the barrier. But still, I am still working with a couple of restaurants and retail and trying to see if they can come. Most of the brokers that do specialize in retail and restaurant, they'll tell me if they're going to come to Coppell, they'd rather be somewhere like on Denton Tap because of that traffic. Old Town, people who are not familiar with Old Town, don't even know it is there, you know what I mean, in a way, like, unless you're from Coppell, in a way. I don't know if maybe there should be more marketing for the farmers market outside of Coppell, because I don't know anyone who lives outside of Coppell that really knows about it, for example. So I don't know, on my side, I'm really trying. I don't know what to do. Like when we first had the building zoned for retail, and then I thought, when we originally had it zoned, I thought it was already zoned for a restaurant. And so I had signed a lease with an ice cream shop. And then they came to the city, and the city said, no, it's actually only retail. So that was at the end of October. I signed that lease. I paid the commission. I took, their deposit. We went through the whole process. They spent tons of money on the design and so forth. But they didn't have everything they needed for like design for like November. December, you guys, there was not a meeting for the holiday. And then by the time so I had signed in October, and via the agreement, by the end of January, they were, everything was supposed to be set up for them to break ground, like, do their construction. And because we didn't get that January meeting, we didn't get the full approval. We had to postpone it all the way till March because there was a variance about where's the dumpster going to be for the restaurant. That delayed it another 2 months. So I had to cancel because I was, kind of outside of, the scope of the lease. So I lost thousands just for that tenant. And then they ended up opening a beautiful location in Burleson. I stayed in touch. I was like, open your second location when, but it's now too far. Like, they're doing well in Burleson. Coppell's really far. So I'm just giving, examples of things that have happened, on there. But, yeah.
So you've had several almost signed, and in the end, it became a hardship working through the process.
Yes.
Interesting.
I mean, for that one example, but not in general. I mean, in general, the city is always helpful and cooperative. I'm not, at all complaining or anything like that. But I'm just pointing out, kind of, some of the things that happened,
Sure.
along the way
Yeah.
with that.
And okay, so for potentially opening to include professional or medical offices, you say you're going to restrict high traffic, high intensity medical uses such as urgent care facilities. What other types of uses would you restrict?
I mean, if there was something that you felt didn't align with Coppell, with Old Town, I wouldn't have a problem that, if there was a opposition, for example, for medical, well, is it because there's certain medical practices you don't like what they do or what it entails? I mean, I didn't know if there was something specific that you don't like about professional offices or medical that you'd be concerned about. But that's why I said I wouldn't mind having, like, conditions, still make it look like retail, friendly for, people to pass by and so forth. And even having these allowed uses doesn't mean I'm not going to have a restaurant or retail. I mean, we do have a grease trap in place and so forth. But, and actually, like, to address, like, saying, you want to have more activity in the evening and weekends and stuff, there has been a few breakfast places, for example, that, have come. So even if they were there, they wouldn't be increasing the traffic in the evening or the weekend. But keeping it vacant for, like, over 2 years, it's not really fair, actually, even, kind of to our respectful, neighbors, that are professional office and retail. And the bakery that's in the building. They would love to have someone to bake things for right next door, on that side. But so, yeah.
Yeah. And so being an owner there, you're familiar with what works, what doesn't work. And there was a restaurant behind the Twisted Root. I don't know if that ever took off or whatever, but so you've seen things come and go, and so you're looking for a little flexibility. And if there was an office or medical office, you're still trying to recruit a retail or a restaurant.
Yes.
I mean, what kind of leases would you be signing? A year lease or something, so that you still bringing in the opportunity for a restaurant or a retail, or?
I mean, so the nice part is with, like, office space and so forth, it's easily, you can easily convert office space into retail or restaurant. So if they, want to do a short-term lease, there's no problem with that, because it can easily be converted exactly if a good restaurant comes or something. But, if I'm signing for a restaurant, obviously we're going to look for 5-10-year long-term leases would be favorable because you're going to be, it's new construction. So the walls, the bathrooms, the kitchen, it's going to be set up if there's a restaurant. And that's also one thing too. You want a restaurant that's going to do well because they're going to be spending a lot. The building will be altered. So you want something, that's going to make sense, for the building and for the area. But I'm very flexible. I mean, if any of you guys have a side business, have a restaurant, you want to come, we'll take care of you. It's a great location. And
Maybe an ice cream shop, but I might be nervous taking it through the process. I don't know.
No.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of The applicant? Okay, okay, Kent?
Does the artsy cakery, does that generate foot traffic, or is that mostly in delivery?
So it's not a eat-in restaurant.
Okay.
So they do custom cakes,
Right.
but they do have the counter. They have delicious cupcakes, cookies. Everything she makes is amazing. So they do have some, I mean,
A little
traffic
bit,
comes and
not
so
much.
forth, but it's, unfortunately, it's not, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, they're going to be too long there or something, someone.
How long have they been there at that facility?
It's almost going to be, since they started construction, almost 2 years.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, that's, I love that place, Artsy Cakery. When we walk our dog through Old Town, we'll stop there and get a couple cookies and eat them outside. I think they have a couple outside tables. So I just think their food is really good.
Okay.
And actually, like, even the owner for Artsy Cakery, she had mentioned, like, some cupcake places, they use shortening and so forth. She uses real ingredients, real butter, so it doesn't last as long, but it's so delicious, and it's always fresh. And so, I mean, I always support her business. Any business that will be in my building, I will help promote it. Any food, restaurant, any sort of business. So my daughter's in the high school, she's on varsity tennis. Anytime there's an event and they're like, we need desserts, I do mention Artsy Cakery. They already do have a couple of places that they typically use for donuts and stuff in town, but they have, used them as well. So I tell that to businesses all the time. That I will be pushing it. And I'm on 3 tennis teams in Coppell, so all the ladies on my teams and so forth, they've all bought from Artsy Cakery. If there's a restaurant there, they will all support it. They will be there. So that's one nice thing about Coppell. People who live in Coppell, we love to have our services, our food in town. So, that's the sad part of not finding the right restaurant yet.
I have a question.
Sue.
Just besides the bakery, and then there's the residential on top, and there's the 2 different units. Are those both leased?
Yeah, the 2 apartments are both leased for 2 years, and the bakery. So
75% of the building is already leased?
yes, and
Okay.
has been, yes.
Thank you.
And those apartments, both of them leased out within 5 days of being listed with an agent.
So you won't have any problem leasing those out?
Yeah. So there's a few people that have told me of the leases, and they would love to go. They're really beautiful, very high-end, tall ceilings. So, if there's a vacancy, if you're interested, let me know.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? We may bring you back up to ask you any follow-on
no problem.
questions. Okay. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Okay, I'm not going to close the public hearing just yet. As authorized by Section 551.071 of the Texas Local Government Code, I'm requesting that we recess into executive session. I have some questions of our city attorney to address. So the time is 8:35, and we'll try to make it quick. back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, the time is 8:54, and we are now back into general session. I left the public hearing open on purpose. Is there anybody who'd like to speak from the public for or against the proposed application? Okay, I will close the public hearing. Does the commission request the applicant for any final questions? Okay. Is there any discussion by the commission? Is there a motion by the commission?
Lost the number, please. I motion denial of the requested addition of the professional and medical offices to be allowable uses on the first floor.
Okay. We have
Not subject to,
I'm sorry?
not subject to staff
That's correct.
recommendation.
So we have a motion to deny the proposed application. Commissioner Blankenship, is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Patel. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or ayes. I call your name. Commissioner Dobmeyer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship.
Aye.
Chairman Haas.
Aye.
Commissioner Haithman.
Nay.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop.
Aye.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. You can appeal the case to council. It would require supermajority, but would encourage you to do that. Okay. Item 12 this evening is a public hearing to consider approval of PD-214R10-C, the shops at Sandy Lake, a zoning change request from PD-214R2-C to PD-214R10-C to allow for the detailed plan development for 14,480 square foot commercial center and a patio area on approximately 2.03 acres of property located at the south side of Sandy Lake Road, approximately 560 feet west of Denton Tap Road, at the request of Pete Coppell, being represented by D.R. Rankin, PLLC. We have a staff presentation by Ms.
And can we include, if you will,
Oh.
the replat of that in
Thank you for
item
that.
13, which would just,
Commissioner Hafen beat you to that, but I like that. We will combine, and I'll read that into record so we get it all in one shot here. This is a public hearing on item 13 to consider approval of the shops at Sandy Lake Addition, Lot 1, Block A replat. The shops at Sandy Lake, a replat to revise the current plat and associated easements and fire lane configuration on 2.03 acres of property located at the south side, located on the south side of Sandy Lake Road, approximately 560 feet west of Denton Tap Road, at the request of Pete Coppell, LLC, and being represented by Spooner and Associates, with a staff presentation by Miss Mary Prone Boswell. So, Mary, if you could get the two presentations, thank you.
Okay, so item 12. This property was originally part of a larger 29-acre development that included the residential development of Arbor Manors and additional commercial property along both Denton Tap and Sandy Lake Roads. The original zoning for the overall development was approved in 2007, with subsequent rezonings occurring with each new detailed site plan for the commercial sites. This represents the final commercial piece to be developed. Let's see. So what we're looking at on the left is the original PD concept versus the current proposal on the right. So the original PD shows two buildings out front adjacent to Sandy Lake with parking at the rear of the property. The current proposal has one building with the parking, with one building towards the rear of the property and parking with the majority out front. The original PD shows a driveway entrance on the west end side. The new proposal will also have a driveway on the west side, but this will be in contingent with the Verizon property, so they'll share one driveway. The original proposal showed a driveway entrance on the east side that goes into the HOA property for Arbor Manors. This current proposal does not share any type of driveway with the arbor banners and there's no access to that drive or street approach. It will have a separate entrance off of Sandy Lake. So there we go. So the site is currently vacant, and the site plan shows a 14,480 square foot proposed building. Will contain a mix of uses, including retail, restaurant, and medical. An outdoor patio is proposed on the western end of the building. There is a PD condition to allow the 500 square foot patio area per lot without additional parking requirements. And this has been approved in other developments. Any square footage over 500 square feet will require additional parking. There will be a driveway entrance from Sandy Lake Road and a secondary shared access point from the neighboring Verizon building to the west. There are 2 trash receptacles on the western portion of the site situated away from the residences. So during the initial proposal, they actually had the trash cans on the rear of the property, and we asked them to move it away from the residential. And there is an existing 6-foot masonry screening wall between this and the residential property to the south. So here we're looking at the building elevations. It's just around 19 feet with a parapet wall at the front varying in height from 20 to 25 feet, creating some articulation. The trash enclosures will match the building material as well. Building will be a combination of brick, aluminum storefront with a dark bronze metal fascia and trim. The lower part of the building contains a light colored brick and darker colored brick above the water table. As I mentioned, in terms of restaurant, there is no drive-through proposed. And they do have a monument sign proposed along Sandy Lake Road, which will share the same building materials as the building itself. So there is no signage presented for the buildings. Any proposed signage will need to comply with city requirements. Here we're looking at the landscaping. There'll be a 20-foot landscaping strip along Sandy Lake Road and 15 to 20 feet along the southern perimeter. The eastern perimeter will see a large number of trees being preserved. Additional trees along the southern perimeter will also be preserved. In total, 39 existing trees will be saved on site. An additional 38 overstory trees will be planted on site. And we also asked them to create some more buffer screening where we have the parking at the rear of the site. So 36 Nellie R. Stevens will be planted to provide additional screening along the southern perimeter. Now this is a zone change request, so we did mail out notices. 26 within 200 feet, additional 120 courtesy notices within 800 feet. We did receive 10 notices within the 200 feet in opposition, additional 5 within the 800 feet. As a general summary, I did hand you guys a table of their concerns, but basically it was increased traffic, loss of the green space, decrease in the quality of life, and noise was their primary concerns. So staff is recommending approval of PD 214R10-C subject to the following conditions. 1, that detailed engineering review will occur at the time of full engineering submittal. To allow a 500 square foot patio area per lot with the existing parking count. Additional patio space will require parking at 1 per 100 square feet. 3, that the downstream drainage analysis will need to be updated to address staff comments. 4, that all signage will meet city requirements. And 5, that they meet the photometric requirements at time of permitting. I'm just going to go straight into the plat, and then we can kind of go over everything. So the plat is a companion item to the Lot 1, Block A, the case that I just went over. The plat will take the existing lot, replat it to include the mutual access, fire lanes, and necessary utility easements for the development of the 14,480 square foot commercial building. Staff is recommending approval of the Shops at Sandy Lake Addition, Lot 1, Block A, replat, subject to the following conditions. 1, additional comments may be generated upon detailed engineering permit reviews. That is the end of my presentation. The applicant is here as well, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mary. A couple of quick questions. So the site originally came through, when was that?
I believe somewhere around 2007.
That was about the time when I first came on, a few days ago. And was was that all part of the entire Arbor Manors development? It's just that the residential went first, or was this carved out?
So when we look at this drawing up here, can you see my cursor? So everything that's outlined here to here, down here, around here, and this, and I think there was, some down here. This is all part of the initial development.
Okay.
So this was like, I think, A1. They had different letters. If you zoom in, you can actually see it. But essentially, it was always proposed that there would be some commercial here, here, and here, and this is retail. It's just a different color. Although these pieces were not part of that original development, but what's standard or typical along a thoroughfare like this is commercial development that acts as a buffer.
Yeah.
So when this came in, this was part of it as well, and this, and this. And this is just the last piece to get developed.
Okay, thank you. So just you confirm for me that this is already entitled from the initial application.
So this was the original concept plan, so they're just coming in with a detailed plan.
Yeah, okay. And then with regards to parking, can you remind me, is parking equal to what's needed on site, or they're not over-parked in any way, are they?
So according to what they're proposing, they have the amount of parking that they need with the restaurant.
The required amount?
Yes.
But they're not providing more?
No, they may have one extra parking, maybe a couple.
Okay. Any other questions of staff by the commission? John?
Yeah, so we're just changing the site plan here, not the permitted use.
So there is the restaurant portion of it does require a PD or a special use permit. Because it's a PD, it's it's just an additional use. But the other commercial components are allowed by right.
And the current plan square footage versus the revised, do you know what that was?
I'm not sure if there was an exact number for the.
So they're going from two buildings.
Right.
Two buildings at street side to one building offset from street side.
Right. So the main thing is going from two buildings to one, basically flipping the site so that the parking, and traffic would be along Sandy Lake versus driving along the residential to the rear.
And the current plan also, it appears, contains some sort of an access easement?
Correct.
On
So
the
over
east
here,
side?
right. So there's a Verizon building over here. So they would come in, instead of having a driveway here and one here, they're just sharing one driveway here.
So
And
there's
this would
no
be a
longer
new
an easement
driveway.
requirement on the east side?
So this is the west side.
No, I'm talking about the east side. It looks like in the current plan, there's an easement to the east going on to Arbor Manors.
There is no proposal to go this way. There's no easement there.
Yeah,
And-
I'm just saying, that's
There
in
was
the
originally.
prior plan was
Yeah.
that, and then they've taken that away.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So that way they don't have they don't have people driving
Sure.
through the neighborhood either.
Yeah.
And there's no, with this configuration, there's no drive-through, like, they won't have a drive-through restaurant.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Any other questions of staff by the commission? Okay, is the applicant here to present the case?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us tonight. I'm Tyler Alley, 952 Bassett Place in Dallas, Texas. And so I'm the managing principal of Rose City Partners, which is the developer in this instance. And so we build retail centers like this all across Texas, and it's pretty common for us because of the way communities are built in Texas now, where there's residential communities and then they have a commercial component along the. So we have experience with these things, and one of the things we typically tend to do is once we find a site, let's see. We're trying to align a bunch of different interests between our tenants, and we want to make sure that they can survive and nearby residents, and we're trying to align all these different interests. And so when we got this site, what we were trying to do was, we want to make sure our project's successful, but we wanted to minimize as much as we can the impact on the residents. Moving the building away, in our experience, is just the cars are what actually cause a lot of the disruption. And if you have in the front of the building, when you open the front door, you have the noise coming from there. So by flipping the building, we have the noise going towards Sandy Lake, and we keep the cars and their headlights blocked by the building as much as we can. The trees that were mentioned along the back, those are above code. They're not required by code, but we thought that they were a nice addition as a buffer for the residential homes. The access easement going to the west, I think, is a nice improvement versus the original plan, in that I think most people will travel that way to the median, and they'll come in through the median, and I think that'll keep people. I think that will be the more commonly used opening. And ultimately, like, this is, and I think maybe the biggest thing is we specifically chose not to use a drive-through. We don't do drive-throughs when they're along residential neighborhoods like this, honestly, ever again. It's that is the thing that causes the most disruption we have found. And so, look, these are never going to be perfect solutions for everyone. Back in 2007, when this was zoned, was chosen to be a commercial site, it made a lot of sense. And I think it makes a lot of sense now, given all the traffic on Sandy Lake, that this is a commercial area. But we do understand that there's residential nearby, and there's things that we need to do so we're going to do our best to accommodate their concerns as much as we can. Some of that is in the design, some of that is in the field. We'll have those emergency lights in the back of the building. We'll have the city or the fire department come out and we'll say, what is the lowest we can put these and still meet code, right? So we can be cognizant of light, cognizant of sound. We took the city's advice on the dumpsters and moved those away as far as possible. And so happy to take any questions on this. Again, there's not perfect solutions when it comes to these, but we've tried our best, and we'll be sure to have our the residents nearby when we if we're able to start construction. They'll have my contact information, and they'll be able to reach out to me if there are any concerns. So that's all we have.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And yeah, I see the reversal of the site to kind of protect or limit the noise and implications to the existing residential. That's the cross access easement, I think, is absolutely huge. So kudos for being able to help navigate that, to secure that. Were there any specimen trees lost on this?
There were. I don't know if Don, if you know this more specifically. Don's our civil engineer who helped design this, but.
Well, I know you're replacing, and I know it's heavily wooded, and I know it's going to create some comment, but at the same time, we recognize also that this has already been approved and entitled. We're basically modifying the site to make it better.
That's our view as well, and we, partly because Don spent so much time in the woods over there tracking the trees. We tried to find anywhere we could to save trees, because of the elevation of the site. We had to some things just couldn't make it, but particularly on the areas that border, the southeast corner, I think is a good example of that. Like, we tried to save as much as we could because that's the entrance to the neighborhood, and yeah, so we did the best we can, given the,
On the east side of the site, there's the parking, and then there's some of the landscaping. Are there any other treatments to try to help maybe block some of the view, low walls or anything like that?
The good news is there's a sliver on the east side that's not our property. That's kind of between our property and the road. And there's trees all within there that aren't on our property and that we would obviously never touch. So there is some buffer and yeah.
So that's the part the original plan called for you guys to cut through that?
So yeah, so the original plan, I guess, did call, when they had this in 2007, we reached out to the board and the association, which we always try to speak to them as quickly as we can. They didn't. It seemed like it was important for them that our traffic stays our traffic and their stays our traffic. And so we tried to accommodate. So once we got that feedback, we were like, okay, we asked, but it was denied. So we just moved on. Yeah. And I think this makes more sense too. That way the residents don't ever have to deal with our traffic. But if they wanted to walk over to the retail, we'll always be open to, like, if they wanted a little pathway there, we're happy to do that. They didn't seem interested in the time, but we're open to allowing that if we have like a coffee shop that's a nice walkable location.
Speaking of, any tenants lined up or potential tenants?
Potential tenants is coffee shop that we would in my ideal world, which I can't force anybody to lease, right? But in an ideal world, like the east side would be the coffee shop, because I think it just makes sense for residents who wanted to walk over there if they wanted to. But coffee shop and sandwich shop is what the restaurants look like currently. Those are subject to change. And then the interior I expect to be medical, other retail services, maybe like we've had like a Pilates studio or something like that reach out. So things like that. But this is new construction, so it's higher rents, so it tends to be higher end tenants. It's just that's all we can afford to.
What kind of fencing do you have on the south side of the site?
So there's already a fence. There's that. I know you described it in your presentation, the masonry wall, and there's actually like a 2-foot like concrete foundation piece underneath it. So actually, I think it's 6 feet, but it ends up being like 8 feet because of that. So we'll be a little bit lower than the residents, but that helps though when you're thinking like the door and the emergency light on top of that. Like I think that'll help the screening. But again, we put those trees, we put those trees in the back that weren't required by code, in the hopes of helping to screening of that as much of that as possible.
And the height of your building, sir?
It's like in the front is about 18 feet, and it'll slope down some. So it's not. There are some really tall retail buildings now that you see. Ours is, I think, I would say.
It's 19.
19
and then
feet?
With the parapets, it goes from 20 to 25.
Got it.
But that's in the front, just to.
On the front.
Yeah.
And then it slopes down towards the back because towards the gutters and everything. Yeah. So.
And I think there was mention in the report about lighting cutoff. Lighting will be cut off to prevent.
Yeah. So we will
glare.
be. Yeah. That is for us. I mean, we don't want to get calls for that, right? So we will be. If we need to use shields, we use shields. Like we have to follow the fire department's rules and things like that. So we'll basically work with them to figure out what is. But right now, we have a photometric plan, and the photometric plan is within the city rules when it comes to being next to residences. And so we'll refine that in the design, but we'll also refine that in the field so we can get it as limited as possible. Yeah.
Okay. And then with regards to hours of operation, what are the anticipated hours of operation?
I would expect the busiest time to be during the day, because I think we're limited on, we have very little restaurant use here, right? This is primarily going to be I'd be shocked if we don't have a dentist in here. I'd be shocked if we don't have a couple medical uses in here, and so I think those will just be 9 to 5. And then you'll have some uses that go probably till 7, but we don't have the tenants yet, so we don't know. But we'll be acting. The city of Coppell has their own rules, right, on hours of operation. So we'll be, we'll try to balance between like making sure that tenants have enough parking throughout the day so that there's not like one time when everyone's there and now the parking's overly congested. We'll try to have uses that kind of spread out a little bit so that we can keep the parking spread out and the traffic spread out as much as possible. But the way, given this area, I would expect that during the day would be the most busy because that's when all the tenants would be open. At night and at morning, there may be like one open or two open, and like a dentist closes at 5, right? So.
And I mean, thank you for considering about the overlap in parking and trying to maximize that. But you've met the requirement, that the Coppell requirements for parking. So, okay. And you, I guess a question for staff. Are they the applicant mentioned 9 to 5, maybe some of the retail use to 7, but are there restrictions on how late operations could go?
We haven't placed any. We don't know what the tenants will be. That's something if you want to consider that.
Yeah, I'd expect, like I'm thinking about the sandwich shop, that's probably the one that goes the latest. And I'm trying to think of like there's like a Jersey Mike's over there. So like if that's open to like 9, 10, I don't know exactly when those are open to, but I think that's probably where most of these tenants cut off. But again, we don't have a lineup of tenants yet.
I'm sorry, I'm having a sidebar here. Okay, so there'll be, so no operations late in the morning, midnight, beyond
we don't
6 a.m., 7 a.m.?
We don't expect that now.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions, Amit?
Coffee shop might be, if there's a sit-down coffee shop, they may open early, but I'm hoping that would be welcomed by the community.
Well, there's no drive-through, so.
No, exactly, yeah, just for sit-down folks, yeah.
I appreciate your attempts at trying to preserve as many trees as you can, but I think you kind of answered the question. I just want to make sure you've done the general grading to sort of make sure that what you're thinking you're going to preserve will be preserved based on the overall grading plan of the parking lot and the property?
Yeah, our plan is set on the trees. Yeah, that was we tagged them all, and we know exactly what we're doing, and we try to plan around it as best we can. But yeah, the site plan, if approved, is this is what we'll be following, and the tree plan we have won't be changing.
So the one concern I have from a site plan standpoint is your direct entry onto Sandy Lake. I just feel like it's really close to the Arbor Meadows Drive, and I can see people driving across to go to the immediate turn lane. Have you considered moving that a little bit further to the west to maintain a little bit of separation, more separation, but also knowing that people are going to cut across, just give a little bit more run up to that curb cut to be able to make a U-turn or turn into the parking lot across the street?
I think there were fire department reasons for it having to be there.
It has to be there.
But that's my understanding. I'm open to discussing that with the planning team, but that was my understanding.
But I appreciate the attempt to go over to the west, because that shared drive does have a left turn curb cut.
Yes.
So that will significantly help once people discover it.
Yes. Yeah. No, I think it. I agree. I think that was a, and in doing so with the variety, what we're doing for them is we're putting gates up on their roads to make sure that our people who come to our center don't go into their parking lot. So we had so we worked out with them, and they were very good neighbors.
Sue?
Just a quick question for you. So the green space on the western portion surrounded by parking lot, what is the purpose of that particular
So when
space?
I first did that, I was hoping that we could put like a picnic table or something like that there, just have like some additional seating. Truthfully, that's where probably like the transformer is going to go. So we'll put it as close to the dumpster as possible so that they're kind of like together, but there will probably need to be an electrical transformer on site.
Okay, but there's no future pad site anticipated
Oh,
there?
no. That is, no, this
Like a
is,
snow
this is
cone
all
or-
this is all the building you'll ever get here. They'll never,
Okay.
we couldn't park anything else, right? We have one extra spot. So we're at full capacity, and that is, no, there's no, I thought you were talking about that little green island. The little green island in
Yeah.
the middle, that's where the transformer would go.
Plus,
But-
there's
An easement there.
there's
Yeah,
big
the drainage
easement that goes through
easements,
it.
yeah. So the
Okay.
drainage from the residential neighborhood goes there and it'll come underneath our.
Got it.
building.
Is it? Thank you.
I have one other question.
Kent, fire away.
So to the south of the building, between the wall, the fence, and the building itself, you've got some landscaped areas there. I presume that each suite will have access from the rear, is that correct?
Yeah, they'll have to for code reasons.
What kind of activity do you envision going on in the back of the building?
I think, given like the location of everything, I don't imagine much. I think, but for fire purposes, we have to have it. So, I understand your question. We'll have a small sidewalk there at the back, but I think I would expect, like, you can't, given the way the site is, all the deliveries are going to be in the front, right? They just functionally have to be, right? Given where the dumpsters are, I don't think I think going out the front actually makes more sense for most of these tenants. But there's not going to be any like customer access there. There might be some employee access there, but all the parking is on the side too, so most employees, or they're in the front, so most employees will probably come in the front.
Will there be roll-up doors in the back?
Roll-up doors?
Yeah.
No.
To facilitate trash or something of that nature?
No. It'll just be a normal back door with like with the push bar on it for fire purposes, but no roll-up doors.
So there's no traffic access behind the building either?
Yeah.
No, like from a vehicle perspective? Oh, yeah, there's not that was the intention, is that we were the building is meant to block the cars. So again, it's not a perfect solution for the residents in the neighborhood, but this is what we have found to be we at a minimum think this is much better than the original plan that was already approved. And so, we're coming here in the hopes of improving what was already approved is our view on the situation.
I would concur that this is better than originally planned. I would definitely, and you're really, this is a retail, maybe some professional services, which is it's not quite right in, right out, but you've got maybe some potential U-turn traffic up there by the Verizon or the median to the west, but you're somewhat limited with access. So, hopefully it'll be successful.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Oh, Samir?
I just noticed, okay, so it's saying 36 Nellies on the southern border, but I'm assuming they're not shown in this graphic.
I feel like when you press the button, it was like they were not shown, and they were. And
There they
you
are.
go. Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
All right, 'cause,
This is very schematic. It's not.
No, I get it, and it's just the way I look at it.
Yeah,
So can we beef up along the backside? I know it's behind the buildings, but again, to help buffer and screen and the lighting and the whatever, can it not?
We're open to spreading them out, and they'll all grow, right? So I think maybe even on our plans we had them more spread. I can't remember exactly. Or do we
There's like two groupings of
yeah,
the.
I think that was I think at one point we had them spread out, and then it was like, okay, actually let's concentrate them to the parking. We're open to either.
It's blocking more of the parking right now than the
Yeah.
backside of the building, but there might be appreciated to block the backside of the building as well.
No, I would
so.
think just the opposite. You want to shield the parking from
No,
the
that's what I'm saying. Right now, they're grouped to block the parking, But again, to visibility for the backyards, to not see even the backside of the building or the lighting, the required safety lighting that's back there, more screening wouldn't hurt.
Maybe like fill in the gaps.
Right.
We can take
Well,
a
yeah,
look
I
and see if
agree with
there's
that,
some
since
gaps.
the homes that are back there, most of them, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but most of them are two-story, is that correct?
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
so they'll be looking down on top of this property absent trees that mitigate the views,
Yeah,
correct?
so the ones behind the building are the ones that exist, or, does that make sense? So there will be some that will still remain there, but I understand your point. Like I said, at one point, we spread them out, and then, maybe, I don't know if it was based on feedback or not, I can't remember, if we concentrate them towards the parking, we're open to, how you want us to, how to best lay them out back there. We can be strategic about it.
I do have one more landscape-related question, I'm sorry.
Hmm?
On the front, trees are required every 50 feet, and I know you're preserving trees in the eastern edge, the northeast corner, but that leaves the entirety of the Sandy Lake frontage untreed. You know, again, there's supposed to be one every 50 feet, and is there an easement or something that's preventing? Or are we counting the parking island trees as street trees?
I don't, my understanding is that we've designed this to code, other than the additional ones that, on the back, that's obviously well above code, but, I'm sure that can be verified and.
We'll take another look at it and
Yeah.
see if we need to add any of trees.
Okay.
One last question.
Sure.
So the roofing material on the back side of this building, so the building has your parapets, right?
Yes, yep.
And then
In the
it comes
front.
down like this and comes down, so you've got your mansard in front. Is that going to be like one of those white covered types of
it'll be a
roofs?
it'll be a TPO roof.
Right, which is white generally?
Correct, yeah.
So, again, being two-story, is there kind of pushing for some mitigation for the glare and whatever that might come off of that roof?
Yeah, I don't think TPO is known for that, but I understand what you're saying because it's wide. I'm happy to consider. I don't have a solution off the top of my head for that, but.
Are there other colors beside white? Is there a tan
No.
color or?
No, white is. Yeah. It's like an energy preservation. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fair. It's a fair question. I don't have a solution to that, but understood. Appreciate the feedback.
Thank you very much for answering the questions there. We may bring you back at the end.
I figured, yeah. Thank you.
So this is a public hearing, and we have several folks that are signed up to speak. I'll call in order, or we'll go with Vishy Subramanian, followed by Shanti Subramanian. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Then followed by Uma Alagapan.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Thank you, folks, for listening to us.
Your name and address for
My
the
name
record.
is Vishy Subramaniam. I'm sorry. My name is Vishy Subramaniam. I live at 126 Wild Plum. Our property is exactly behind the building that is being proposed currently. So if you look at it, this place has a lot of it's very wooded currently. And when we bought this house, we bought it in 2015, 2016 timeframe. We were told by our realtor, which I'm hearing that it was not true. But we bought it primarily because we had a very green zone, and we were told it's a green zone. That's why we bought it.
There was not going to be building on it.
So anyway, so that's what it is. So that's fine. Primarily, our main concern is there's going to be a lot of noise. There's going to be smell, especially we didn't know that there was a restaurant that's going to come in. It's being proposed currently. So we really don't like that idea of a restaurant coming in behind our property, so we object to it. Second thing, or the other idea is the traffic on Sandy Lake. Currently, coming out of Arbor Manors and making a left turn going to the airport is really hard. If you come around 4 o'clock on Sandy Lake, the traffic is just horrendous, especially you're very close to Denton Tap.
Mm-hmm.
So that traffic, Sandy Lake traffic, people coming out of Sprouts, making a left turn onto Sandy Lake, there is no traffic light there.
There's a lot of conflict points there.
There is a lot of conflict points. It's only a matter of time before, I keep telling her that it's only a matter of time before somebody hits someone. And the city also made another change recently in the last couple of years. They allowed, sorry, I'm not used to these things. But anyway, they allowed, they said they stopped or prevented a U-turn from taking place there, right outside Sandy Lake, right outside Sprouts. So what happens is people come into the neighborhood and they are speeding and they just make a U-turn at the end of the cul-de-sac and go out and make a right or left. There's no traffic light there. It is just hard for us to even come out. It's not normal.
And despite the U-turn signs, maybe I
Yeah, go ahead.
But despite the U-turn signs, people keep making U-turns. I try to make a right turn, and I think, okay, there's somebody with the indicator that they're turning left, and I'm safe to go. And before I know it, they're U-turning, and I'm trying to turn, and we're in conflict. It happens all the time. So that's one request, but the traffic is one thing. Go ahead, you finish.
Yeah, the other thing is we sit in the backyard. We are able to enjoy it. Once this building comes up, we are done. The other thing that is annoying is also, he says, it's okay, I think they can hear me. I think I'm loud enough. If you folks are not able to hear me, please let me know. Sorry. So the other thing is we sit in the backyard and we enjoy the nature. And we're going to lose all that stuff now. I do not know the legal thing, but based on my research, is it spot zoning? Is that even a valid statement anymore? Because you have already commercialized it before now. This is just requesting a change in the zoning, allowing them to do other things, I guess. But, I'm not a lawyer, but I do plan to protest. Thank you. I think I'm done with my 3 minutes. Did I say anything else? I think I'm done. Thank you.
Shanti has 3 minutes.
Yeah. So the main points I want to make is I realize now that our realtor gave us false information, and there's nothing we can do about that. It is zone commercial. I like the fact that they're making an effort to move the traffic up to the front. So given the situation, the main concern is if we have restaurants that we restrict the type of restaurants. We don't want things that would cause a lot of deep frying and oil smells and potentially rodents and other things to be encouraged because it will come to the residential areas. And also it increases noise. Things like, so if the restrictions could be placed so that we have more quiet type of restaurants, if we're going to have that, and coffee shops are fine, but not the kind where it's much more noisy dinner restaurants and things that, would go on till late at night. And that is not consistent with residential life. The other thing is that the wall is, we're asking that if it can be increased in height to give more privacy, more protection from the noise, and lighting. Because even as it is right now, we go upstairs, the Sprouts lighting, the night lighting, comes straight up into our home at the back. So those are the requests that I can make given the situation that we have.
Yeah, and one of the things that I would like to point out is how how can they say that there is not going to be people coming to the back? If I have a restaurant, I'm not going to allow people to come through the front to deliver stuff. The delivery has to happen in the back. No, it cannot. Don't. How can they do that? I don't understand.
That's not reflected in the current
The
plan.
deliveries are going to be from the front. I'm not defending the application, I'm just saying that the deliveries are going to be from the front. There's no room for deliveries in the back. It's only emergency access, egress for 2 points of access. That's it, a door for the different sites, that's all. And we're not going to go back and forth here, so I'll let you finish your statement.
Okay, good. You already
And so again, we'd want to minimize noise, minimize rodents, minimize smell, and be able to still enjoy our backyard without having, but still have that privacy to some extent and not have it feel like commercial.
If I could ask you one question. You have a fence in your back. Is it a 6-foot, 8-foot fence? What do you have in the back? Or is it an open fence, wrought iron? Or
No, it's masonry, white color.
Okay, it's pure, okay. So it's a solid wall.
It's solid.
wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, just if that could be increased in height mainly for the light at night, that's the concern, because some of the parking, I don't know if there's emergency lighting, whatever there is at the back, but if that comes into the yard, it'll impact us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I ask one question real
Yes,
quick? Mary, could you bring up the 2 plans? So the plan on the left is already approved. The plan on the right is what they're proposing. If you had a choice, which of those 2 plans would you prefer?
The new one.
Okay.
The only thing that has changed that wasn't there that I thought was the addition of restaurants.
Okay.
So again, if we could restrict the types of restaurants, if the full food restaurants would want to be open till 10 o'clock at night, but that's what I'm saying.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But you wouldn't have a problem with a coffee shop, for example?
Correct.
Different kind of smell.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Miss or Uma Alagapan, and then to be followed by Rama R. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Uma Alagapan, and I live on 125 Wild Plum Drive. I'm a neighbor of Shanti. So I agree with all what they say, but I just had this additional point. We are already surrounded with so many coffee shops and sandwich shops in every direction, every kind of grocery shop too. So we're surrounded with so much retail, so many doctors, so many gyms. So I would strongly ask the city to reconsider, to cutting down all these trees, because that's the only thing we don't have. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Rama R, then followed by Rama Sani. Okay.
Hi, thank you for hearing me out. I'm Rama. I live in 129 Wild Plum Drive. So the traffic is a huge concern. This community has over 70 homes. Children are going to school. School buses have to come in and go out, and that's a hassle as is. And when Rishi talked about the left turn on Sandy Lake, he was right on point. It makes it difficult to even drive to Sprouts. We live here across the street, and it's just easier to walk and get what you want. And this is not just peak hour. Peak hour is a nightmare, but even the regular times, even at 10 o'clock in the morning, we are the connection. Sandy Lake is the connection between Grapevine through Carrollton. And that is a thoroughfare. People are driving through us, and there's not a highway or anything yet, and they are using this, and there's enough businesses already. Traffic is a huge concern. And people are using us as a shortcut. They do enter through the Sandy Lake entrance and exit out of our Denton Tap entrance. So this is already a thoroughfare for other traffic, and now this will just probably make our matters worse. So city would have to do something to protect the kids who are walking to school, to Wilson or high school, and the buses, the school buses, and the general population to safely exit and enter the community. Not just, this, it's also Trader Joe on the other side. So we kind of need something better on both streets, and that is my point, and thank you all.
So just to make sure I understand,
Mm-hmm.
there's traffic, observed traffic coming in Arbor Manors off of Sandy Lake, traversing through the neighborhood, and then exiting Braywood at Denton Tap.
That is correct.
And you've observed this?
Yes. These are
And they're not
people.
residents of the
These are people who are evading that light, and they don't have to wait in line forever. So we are conveniently a way out where you don't have to waste 2-3 minutes or more, where you have to wait for turns to just hit the light. And we are already a thoroughfare, for all those peak hours. And that's why it takes a while even for the buses to come in and leave the community.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
I don't know. Got a question for her? Anyone?
Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Ramasani?
Hi, I'm Jayapriya Ramasamy at 130 Wild Plum, and thank you for hearing us out. And I'm also in for the current proposal. I see how they have accommodated a lot of things, but one thing if I wanted to ask is, can we try to avoid restaurants, even the coffee shops, and have other retail options? Because of currently after Andy's opened, we are at just right behind the building that is proposed. So with Andy's open, I have to close out with heavy curtains even to avoid that light. So this business, which is proposing for retail, I'm okay because it's already zoned for retail. So there's no argument about that. But can we avoid restaurants which will be opening even at 10 o'clock or in the weekends? That's the time we have. Coffee shops are going to open early in the morning, though I like the coffee smell, but
Only so much, right?
I don't want to do that. And I wanted to add
May
to...
I ask a clarifying question, please? So there are ample trees separating you from Andy's, correct? So
Trees
are
are
you
there.
referring to the light on the second floor?
Yes.
Intrusion of the light on your second floor?
Second floor. And in between, like if it is the fall season, when the trees are not the full, at that time also we get even at the ground floor too.
Thank you.
And I wanted to add what Commissioner Patel was saying about this entrance that is was proposed in the new plan also. Just like our neighbors were talking about how that U-turn is avoided and people trying to come and trying to turn back to Sandy Lake, that is going to cause a lot of commotion there too, because it's immediately they try to go to the leftmost lane to take the U-turn. So do please consider that part, which will cause accidents there definitely. And one of our neighborhood person met into an accident for that U-turn. So.
So question to staff, is the eastbound U-turn legal at that left turn?
No, both ways it's prevented.
Okay. We'll bring down our traffic fellow and we'll ask him.
Okay. And then about the trees that, because we are just going to be back behind the building based on our location, can we ask for a higher thing, which like what they did on the other side where it's McDonald's and where they built the high fence so that it'll try to give us some privacy in addition to the trees. So for that, especially those 4 houses, I think those will be the main thing which is backing the building. So if you can help elevate and add an extra fencing there to help us with some privacy, that's something that I wanted to ask for.
Okay.
But please do consider that entrance. That is definitely going to call in for this one if they can move. But he told about a fire thing or something. But if definitely think about that, especially when our kids are driving there. you know. And
I
the
do
high
have-
schoolers, they walk and they come into our community and the next community, though
So
they have
we
to
have,
go.
we have kids shortcutting through the neighborhood too, walking through the neighborhood too?
Yeah, they walk near the Andes and the next signal, they come around, and that's how they enter into our community and to the next community. That's how
Gotcha.
our high
Yeah.
schoolers, they go on walking. only.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
something.
I-
So
I
those
do
are
have
the
I
things.
have a follow-up question for you.
Sure.
You mean with the conflict as on the image to the right, there's the driveway. That's a little modified, but it's eliminating the driveway off of Arbor Manor Drive.
Yeah, I
It
don't-
would, to reduce the number of conflict points, it would be better to go off of Arbor Manor Drive. What would you say to that?
No, I have already
Okay, so-
visitors who are coming
Okay,
always for
all
the
right, just want to
U-turn.
understand. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just drive on that Wild Plum Drive alone. As soon as they enter from Sandy Lake, they don't realize that they are inside a community, especially in our road.
Yeah.
They just speed
So,
like anything.
so the new design separates that traffic, so it's actually better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's better, but think of all the cars that is trying to go
Yeah.
to the left lane.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying
Gotcha.
to point out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And you must be?
Ram.
Ram,
Yeah.
okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're a couple. So yeah, thanks for your time listening to us. I'm just going to piggyback whatever they talked about. But definitely, it's going to be a, I know this is going to be a property already kind of approved for business. But definitely, I would like to oppose for any restaurants.
Say that again?
Restaurants.
Oh, yeah, the
Restaurants, yes. Yeah, so definitely, it's going to be a problem, and especially when they have a back, side, even though they have a small door, but I'm sure they have a dumpsters in the, west side. I know I have seen some other restaurants that they keep the garbage can outside. So I
Right.
don't know how we can, prevent that. So definitely instead of keeping the garbage outside, sometimes they keep the, garbage, back of the building near to the door. So. yeah.
Okay. It sounds like it's in a better situation. We'll ask the applicant, but it sounds like it's in a better situation that it's moved further away from the residential and enclosed rather than closer to the residential, but we could ask them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So if they have any, the restaurants are definitely going to be noisy, and it's going to impact the privacy. And also, we have seen, some flies and bugs. So that's going to cause a problem. That's going to, and the other thing is the property value is going to go down. Definitely, we know because we had a green, greenery now. So definitely, it's going to, impact it, and the property value is going to go down. So, and the other thing is I want to have a concern, raise a concern about a fence. Definitely we need to have some kind of solution so that, we can we have some privacy. So the 6 feet is not going to be enough because definitely it's going to be a lot of traffic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I don't have any other names signed up, but is there anybody else who'd like to speak? If we could get your name and address for the record there.
Yeah, my name is Atin Kulkarni. I live in 122 Wild Plum Drive, the property that is right behind this proposed building. First, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I came a little bit later. I didn't get to sign up for the speaking here. So I think my neighbors have spoken about a few points. I won't belabor those. What I would like to talk about, though, is slightly different, and to connect this with our city's proposed master plan. I know that the property is this is zoned for commercial use, but having the right to build doesn't necessarily mean that they can build the way that it is planned, because we'd like to see it being connected with the soul of the city's master plan. See, I think you all know this. Coppell, our city, is more than 90% built out. So our standards for building now must be higher than what they used to be 20 years ago. We are no longer a growing suburbs. We are a mature community. And the burden should be on the developers to prove that the project enhances rather than just builds another generic commercial building. Our tree preservation ordinance, which you folks know well, exists precisely for lots like this. it's not so much about paying fees into the city's coffers, but it is about the critical root zones and the ecological restoration goals that are in our 2040 plan. So I urge this commission to exercise its authority to make a low-impact development. We should require the site plan that preserves most of the old growth trees as a key feature rather than just clear cut and then subsequently plant some smaller trees here and there. So this 40-year canopy, once lost, cannot be restored. If you saw the very first picture that Mary had presented, the aerial view, this is the only green space. This is the only kind of something looks green in the entire concrete jungle that is around us, and it is worth preserving for our city's future and the plan. So the Vision 2040 plan emphasizes the sense of neighborhood as well at an appropriate scale. A high-intensity restaurant, even if it is a coffee shop, and again, as my neighbor said, there are coffee shops literally across each corner. Do we need more? I don't know. I also love coffee, but there is too much coffee around, so that's something to consider as well. Thankfully, it's not like a fast food restaurant, but that's just one point. But I think it's just creating this concrete island is a challenge. If the commission approves this plan as it is, then I think we are signaling that the commercial zoning overrides our OSS values that are in our 2040 plan. So I asked this to send this plan back to the drawing board, require a smaller footprint of a building, more permeable surface, and a design that treats these trees as historic assets rather than obstacles to construction. So in closing, the stewardness over convenience, we have plenty of vacant retail space. I think, Mr. Chair, just hearing from the previous proceedings, you have had the opportunity to see around. And there is plenty of other retail spaces that are available that could be used for this purpose. And with this, I urge you to deny this approval until a conservation-focused plan is presented to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on the application, pro or against? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I would like our traffic engineer, Mr. Baker, maybe we have some traffic questions.
Good evening.
Hey, Cole, thank you for coming down. So there's some raised concerns regarding exiting traffic on the eastern edge of the site, probably trying to traverse the lanes in the left turn for a U-turn. Just based on hearing the comments this evening and the concerns, do you have any concerns that need to be evaluated with the proposed application?
So their proposed driveway locations meeting the ordinance requirement for the driveway spacing. If they wanted to look at moving it further to the west, that
you're okay with that?
As long as we could talk with the fire department and see if they're okay. I know they have specific access requirements.
What about some measures to eliminate accessing that left turn lane? A small raised median or something to eliminate the ability to make that maneuver? Some things that need to be evaluated.
That we could evaluate that and see if that would be warranted here, but that's not something we have done much.
True. Are there any, with regards to current traffic right now at that intersection, are there any concerns?
I'm not aware of current concerns there. We periodically look at different intersections throughout the city to see if any improvements or anything would be warranted. I'm not aware of anything looking at this intersection currently.
Okay. So as part of the site review, we didn't get a chance to look at the site to see what operations are, to see if they're, I know for a fact, and they're exactly right, during the peak hour, there's heavy westbound traffic, no question. There's traffic coming out of the commercial, and so there's conflict. And so, we're adding to it, but the site didn't meet the triggers for an evaluation.
Correct.
Okay. But I could kind of see something, we might need to take a look at that intersection. I don't know what the solution might be.
We can look at it with our team and see what could be warranted.
It sounded like there's already no U-turn if you're headed westbound. I think if you made no U-turn eastbound also, at that same friction point, people wouldn't be as eager to get out there and make a U-turn. They would go to the other driveway. Just a thought.
Yeah. I can see all kinds of maneuvers with that, though. Yeah. So, okay. Any questions of our traffic engineer by the commission?
Yes.
Okay. Cam?
So would a stoplight there be appropriate in your mind's eye, given all of the input that we received
There would
concerning the
need to be a
traffic?
warrant analysis. There's specific procedures for that that would have to be done. So that hasn't been done up to this point.
But in your opinion, the amount of traffic that's there would not most likely require a stoplight. Is that what you're thinking?
No, it would have to be studied to determine that, and it hasn't currently been studied.
Yeah. If there, and I agree that this site may not generate enough trips to trigger a traffic evaluation, especially since the site's basically already been entitled for our previous zoning in 2007. But if there were a signal required, who would pay for that? Would this site bear a portion of that? Probably not. Okay. All right.
Maybe to let Cole off the hook a little bit, but that is such a major intersection.
Right.
You can make an argument for multiple lights on Denton Tap, at Trader Joe's, on Tom Thumb's side of Denton Tap. You know, so I think that's a much bigger. study.
It's a bigger question.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to put you on the spot,
No,
Paul. Yeah. You got to learn sometime. So it's a learning experience for you tonight. So, but yeah, it's a bigger question, and to me it seems like it would result in. That's why I was asking the applicant. You know, they're basically right in, right out, and so they're taking risk with the site there. But I'm not in favor of more signals because signals are not cheap. They're 400,000 plus. And tying all those together just makes it even more expensive. And so, but at the same time, there are some conflict points that I think we might need to be looking at on this one. So, okay. Thank you, Cole.
Yep.
Okay. So the public hearing is closed. Discussion, but before we get to discussion, I had some questions for staff, if I can try to remember those. Is the footprint the same, Mary, size-wise? The previous 2 square foot versus this current single? Is it smaller now than it was before?
I don't think there was a size proposed that I was able to
Just visually, if you could put that map up, just visually,
Yeah.
it looks like it's generally smaller. Yeah, I got, maybe it's even. Okay. And then, it might be a wash. Maybe it's a wash, but it's still entitled. Number 2, the tree ordinance, tree mitigation. I know it's not within our purview, but keep that in mind. So, and then I asked about the traffic. Oh, yes, restaurant. What about scrubbers for restaurant uses? Is that a requirement, or is that?
No.
I know we've made put some in off of 121.
We analyzed it, but we never did.
Ah, okay. If the applicant could come up, please. So I wanted to capture your thoughts on a couple things, and I guess first of all, I do want to commend the planning that y'all have done on this site is a lot better than what it was, and so y'all have done significant work on this. If restaurant uses on containing smell, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't. So I think I asked because there's probably restaurant uses that we are fine saying no to, right? I just don't know how you. I asked if there was a way to document that, and there's no. These are restaurants with one smell, and I don't know how you do that within the. But we understand that's a important item, and we will certainly be factoring that in because we would rather get fewer calls, right, than not. And would also like to say that I've done these enough where I feel like I always hear, about how realtors lie to the residents next to the, about people next to the commercial. I never know what to do about this. I know this was approved in 2007, but it is I've been to a million P&Z meetings where that same message comes up, and it's unfortunate. I'm hoping that the residents view this as like, there are a lot of developers who could get this land and do something, hopefully. It's never going to be something that they're happy with, but it's hopefully like the best of not desirable outcomes. The restaurant uses, I don't know how, if there was a way within y'all's code we could do that, I'd be open to it, but I just don't know how to do that. On the sizing, I'm pretty sure it was either two 7,500 square feet buildings or two 8,000 square foot buildings on the original plan. I know we have a 15,000 square foot max that we have to stay below, and I remember us pulling it smaller to meet that, but I can't remember exactly. It's somewhere in the plans.
Yeah.
That it was. So
But
I'm pretty
you
sure
met the requirement.
we're smaller, is my point, but it's 15,000 or 16,000. I can't remember exactly.
And then thoughts on some of the fencing in the back. Is there a way that y'all could help?
So we chose the trees because they're evergreen, and Matt was helpful with this. So we were trying to choose a tree that would grow to be 20 to 25 feet, and we're trying to choose a tree that would be green throughout the year. I'm actually hoping that helps not just with our property, but also with the sprouts and the Andes that won't have, like, we're going to have shielding on all of our lighting. I think that in the end they'll find that is more of the issue. So I'm hoping that those trees will, we'll look into, like, can we throw on a few more trees in the back too to since that seems to be the primary concern. The fence isn't on our property, so like I don't know what we can do with the fence.
So that segues into a similar question that I have. So I'm trying to envision here, and I believe the front of the building was 18 feet. Correct. So there's a parapet on the front of the building?
Correct.
And I heard some of the residents comment that they were already getting light from across the street, all the way from Andy's coming over into their yard. And I'm wondering what the lighting on the back side of the building and the back side of that wall, because by building an 18-foot parapet, you're essentially building an 18-foot wall between them unless you're radically lighting the back of the building.
No, yeah.
Am I seeing this right?
If you're saying that our building, so what's interesting about the houses behind us they're built on, like, there's like fill. They're built a little higher than they probably should be. So I don't know if our building will be high. You're asking, like, will our building block the sprout sign from shining into? And I don't know, to be honest. My hope is that it won't be immediate, but we chose specific trees that will grow and then eventually be taller than our building and hopefully be tall enough to block that as well.
So what would be anticipated lighting in the back?
It's emergency lighting. So there'll be the wall packs will be shielded, so they'll point down, so those won't be an issue. But above emergency doors, you'll see the emergency lighting.
Okay.
But we'll make sure to use shields, and like I said, we'll meet the fire marshals out there and we'll say, what is the lowest we can put this to abide by code? Because you have 2 feet foundation plus the 6-foot wall, so that's 8 feet. So my hope is that you can keep the emergency lighting, try to keep it, like lower than the fence. I don't know if we can quite do it. If they will let us, we will. So we can keep all of our, like, the wall packs, like those, we can keep it where the light points down. So, like, those won't impact at all, and they'll be shielded, right? It's just the emergency lighting that's required by fire. That's the only thing. But again, I think that's compared to, like, Sprouts or Andes signs, that's a much smaller.
And there wouldn't be anything lighting the roof or the back of the parapet wall or anything? Okay.
Signage will be on the front of the building only. Again, and that's another reason why flipping the building is helpful. It's because the building is flipped. The other was flipped, then you'd have signage on probably both sides, and you have signage pointing to the resident's neighbor. So So, like, again, we tried our best to make this as within the box that we could.
I was thinking about some of the noise. So you're going to have HVAC on top. Is there any shielding to prevent any of that noise? Is there any way to do that?
So the tenants typically handle that, and so I don't know if that's something when the tenants come in, if that's something that can be required of them. I don't know, because we don't put in the HVAC because we don't know the size of the tenants, you don't really know where to put them. But the tenants will install their own HVAC.
Okay. I mean, I would like for you all to try to do some things with that. Try to shield for noise. I know lighting from the other one, that's not your deal, but if there's, you're already doing the full cutoffs, any ways to kind of help?
Yeah.
If there's any additional ways to help, that's.
Yeah,
that goes-
hopefully you've seen our plan and see that we're already trying to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments to the applicant?
So based on a couple of questions, I think what will be very helpful is a scaled cross-section. So we can see your description of the houses are a little bit higher. The wall that exists is on a 2-foot wall. If we had a cross-section that goes from Sandy Lake on back, that would, I think, help to visualize a lot better. I think I can follow what you're describing, but visually it's hard to see. Are those houses elevated? Are they lower? How's the wall? And I know you can't worry about across the street, but then how do the trees, and any kind of beef up of the buffering in the back, visually screening I think will be appreciated, but a cross section will really help to communicate that better, so it's better understood.
Understood. It's good advice.
I would just make the comment, it seems like you have a fairly good representation of the neighborhood here. I mean, I'm sure they have a homeowners association that meets periodically. It might be productive for both sides to make that connection somewhere.
Yeah, and we've spoken to their board. That was the association. We reached out very early on that. We met with them once. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I would like to add just a few comments just regarding this. And all the items that you all have brought up, that's all part of the process. But the one thing we have to remember, this site was basically already approved for commercial back in 2007. So they have entitlements that we got to be very careful that there's not a taking. And so, I ask for you all to reflect a little bit. When Arbor Manor was approved for the residential dwelling units, there were a lot of trees that were taken out, a lot for those homes. And so to restrict the ability for the site that's already been approved to develop, because that's a taking, and so that would not be well received. So, and you guys have some great comments. I totally agree that I think there's going to be some conflict points. I would agree that through the development process here, if it gets past the P&Z, that if there's the ability to perhaps move that driveway further to the west a little bit, maybe to try to limit or eliminate further conflict through that median opening there, that could be an issue. And I do agree with Cole. I'm sorry that I put you on the spot there, Cole, that, probably need to take a look at that to see if there's any ways to kind of improve safety if possible, but it hasn't been evaluated formally. Now, I was not aware of cut-through traffic, but if there's any ways for the HOA to undertake some measures to try to reduce some things, I'd be all for that, but sorry that that's really occurring. So that's the first time I'd ever heard of that one there. But then I've got to also reflect to the applicant that they've done a lot on this site to really try to make it better, and I feel like they've done a lot of things to actually make it better than what was initially approved. So those are just my thoughts. Any other thoughts by the commission? Okay. Is there a motion by the commission?
I will make a motion to approve Sandy Lake Lot 1, Block A, PD 214R2C to PD 214R10, subject to staff recommendations and requirements, and a detailed look at traffic.
Okay. At the step.
You also have the plat, if you would include that.
Apologies, and the included replat.
That was item 13 on the agenda there. Yeah, okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Dobmeyer. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Commissioner Hafman. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Dobmeyer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship.
Aye.
Chairman Haas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
and Commissioner Bishop.
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, so thank you to the applicant. Thank you to the residents who have provided input. This still has to go through council, so would encourage you to provide feedback through that final public hearing process step there. Okay, as we move on, item 14 on the agenda is update on city council items. We did meet in pre-session to review those, so I'm going to move past that. Item 15 is adjournment. So unless there's any final comments by the commission or staff, I will move that we adjourn this meeting. The time is 10:15.